Warning: this live stream is unfiltered. It contains content not suitable for minors, the elderly, those of middle age, young adults, pregnant persons, anyone nursing a child, those who may become pregnant, balding individuals, individuals operating heavy machinery, driving an automobile, flying an aircraft, using any electronic device, or who are or may begin breathing. Viewer discretion is advised, but let's not kid. You'll watch anyway.
So let's say you found a skeleton. How would you tell it's a dinosaur? You personally, how would you decide?
Well, interesting question. I don't know. I'd have to do some research on that.
Hello, everybody. I'm a professional. I'm definitely not screwing this up multiple times right here at the very beginning. Don't worry about that. That's
Hello, professional.
Yes.
I'm hungry.
Oh, why didn't you eat before we got here?
I did. I just wanted to make the joke.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's fair. Hello, everybody. I am Dapper Dinosaur. It's my channel that you're on. I'm the one with the 15,000 subscribers. I think it's actually 15,030 when I last checked. I don't know. If you follow my channel, you're probably familiar with who Chesh is. That way, yeah. But you might not know Egyptomaniac.
I'm down here.
Yeah. You might not know Egyptomaniac because she is someone who has been in the chat and the comments fairly often, but not on the show before. In fact, I think this is your first time appearing on a live stream on YouTube. Is that? Yeah. All
Absolutely.
right. So be
I'm
nice.
here for the first time.
Be nice, everybody. But
Yeah.
yeah, the reason I invited you on is because, unlike me, you actually have some actual Egyptology training that isn't just like I bought some books once and I read them really well. You did a little bit more than that, I think. So, and the
Yeah,
video
I
that,
went to university like 3 years for Egyptology.
there we go. Yeah, that's
And-
3 more years than I did. I bought some a Gardner's Middle Egyptian Grammar, and I went through a lot of it, and that's about it. That's all I got. So
More than me.
yeah, well there you go. And so we do have a video today that is the we're continuing on with the interview that some guy gave on Donnie Deal's channel, where I have in fact censored out most of the Donnie Deal's content. Tree Clam Tad, there we go, says, can you do me a coat, everyone? Wait, I'm very confused. Can you do me a coat? Oh, that's from English as She Spoke, right? We have, that is our super chat goal. And any super chats will count for that. So we've got English as She Spoke here. And then Gordon Loves Science for 1999 says, congratulations, thank you very much. I really do appreciate it. And remember, if you don't want to hear about the nonsense from the creationists, just send super chats, and eventually we just won't be able to get to it. So yeah, my plan is if we get to the 50 super chats of any kind within the 3-ish hours, I will read these facing pages here. So no, don't want to make it easy for you to read it, so I'll close that up. Anyway, I have also sent this link to a whole bunch of other people who may or may not drop in, and people can drop out, so I don't know what people's schedules are like, but basically I just sent this link to, like, 8 or 9 people or something, and I can only have 6 people total, so, like, we'll see what happens. It'll be fun.
We'll see who comes first.
Yeah, so...
It was me.
Egyptomaniac was here first.
I logged in first.
I thought you didn't count because this is your guys' show, basically.
No, she counts
Yeah.
as being here first, because she got here first.
Fine.
Also, I was kind of nervous about messing up the technology, so...
Yeah.
Oh,
And
yeah.
instead
better
it
with
was me.
technology if it's like 4,000 years old.
Instead, I screwed up the technology because I didn't have a mic plugged in, and I just didn't notice that. So yeah. And so I'm like, oh yeah, I can hear you.
You having a day, are you?
And Egyptomaniacs are like, yeah, I can't. Can you hear me? And I'm like, oh no, it's my fault. So
No, it's me.
yeah,
It was me.
this is a me problem.
I'm
yeah.
the problem. It's me.
Well, normally this would be my day off. I wouldn't normally be working today, so that's my excuse.
Yo, same.
Yeah. All right. So what I'm going to do is I am going to add this video here. So basically, by the way, this guy has generated a bunch of slop for us, including this picture, which you can tell is slop for the very good reason that one, that's not a pile of rock that would just survive in the ocean. That's a pile of dirt that would be washed away in the first high tide. And also,
God.
it's not wet anywhere. It's just dry dust and little bits of rock in there.
What direction are those waves going? And
Yeah,
I think the
there's-
answer is
All
up.
directions.
Yeah,
All
there's that.
directions at
All of
once.
them. Yeah.
Also, the reflection of this mound of dirt is just a bunch of hazy nonsense. So like, yeah, this is just a bunch of slop. Because I'll be honest with you, the degree to which you present slop to me is the degree to which I think you are incompetent at whatever you're doing. So, lots of slop. I just assume that you have absolutely no clue what's going on. But we were being told that the Ogdode, which is 8 of these creator deities from Egyptian mythology, which I'm sure Egyptomaniac can tell us more about, are actually the 8 people from the Ark. And the reason for this is because in Egyptian creation myth involving these 8 deities involves the land coming out of the water, which I guess is analogous to the floodwaters receding. Egyptomaniac, would you like to give us a little summary as to... Is
Yeah,
that a
I mean-
reasonable thing to say?
I mean, yeah, there is like the primeval flood in Egyptian mythology, but it's the creation myth, not the flood myth.
Right.
It's like the part where like the god was above the waters and parted the waters and got creation going. That's where you have a pretty nice parallel of this creation myth in Egypt, where you have the Ben, the primeval mound rising from the floodwaters of Noon, and the primeval god, which might be Ra or might be Atum, depending on like in which city you are at that moment.
Yeah.
Comes out, and then how like parental advisory are we on this channel? Because if you keep going with the Egyptian myth, it's getting like very like
This stream is rated R, everybody.
okay.
That's why I played the warning at the beginning for this stream is not suitable for anyone. So try to keep it like I don't know what the ratings are in Europe. Is it like you have like a 17 plus rating for movies, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Try to keep it in that range. Don't get it into the range of like adults only.
Okay, so no images. All right.
No, yeah, YouTube
No,
would not
anyway,
like that. Chesh, that
Atum
goes
is
for you
just
too.
sitting- Okay. Atum is just sitting on his mount and kind of bored, and he's a guy, and then he has some fun with his right hand, which is actually in the mythology. And then
I think it's okay to just say masturbate. That's fine.
Yes, okay. And then he just ends up spitting out the first pair of gods like Shu and Tefnut. And that's how creation gets going. But it has nothing to do with like Noah's flood and like the earth being destroyed in a flood. It's the creation thing.
So you're telling me that the Egypt mythology is not, and the Noah's flood that was just God splooge? Is that I'm understanding that?
Yeah.
Although I do like the idea of a creationist running around saying that the flood was actually just God's semen.
I mean,
That sounds pretty hilarious.
it would at least
Sounds
explain
fun.
where did all the water go. Like it all rotted away because that stuff doesn't last forever, you know?
Yeah, that's how we have such rich, loamy soil that we can plant things in places. Probably.
Tree Clam.
I mean-
sorry. Real quick. Tree Clam Tad for $2 says AI Slop still better than Donnie. Correct. Donnie actually is on screen here, but I have him behind a little black box on the bottom left. So, yeah. Fuck Donnie. Oh, don't. He actually probably wants that. Don't do that. All right. I'm going to hit play, and we're going to see where Mr. Cox... It might actually be Dr. Cox. I don't actually know. I don't know this guy.
I have not found his dissertation thesis. I have looked. I found a lot of dissertations of the University of Birmingham. I have not found him.
Okay. So we're going to go with the assumption that he is not... If he's a doctor at all, it's not in Egyptology. Although, that being said, I do want to say, like, you don't need to have a degree to be a member of a particular field. You just have to be doing research and publishing or preparing to publish and stuff like that. So, like, I'm not saying he's not an Egyptologist because he doesn't have the degree, but he doesn't seem to have the degree. So, there's that.
Believed that the primeval mound arose from the primeval ocean, and 8 gods sprang up and began their work of creation.
No, they were already there. The primeval gods were before the mound comes up, because they are part of the ocean.
Which actually is not a very good parallel for a flood story, because the flood, you would start above the ocean, then the ocean would come up, you'd stay above it, and come back down. You wouldn't emerge out of the ocean, like the 8 gods, right? Metageeky Platypus Librarian for $5 says, Nile floods, Great Flood, Egypt. How many lions did Moses take on the Ark? What about the space Jews battling the Martians and Xenu and his planes? Yeah, those are all really good questions. I would really like to know how Mr. Cox accounts for Xenu and also for the space Jews who battle the Martians before the flood, I believe.
Is this guy one of those guys that's like all religions are the same religion?
No, he's very much a Christian creationist.
Okay.
Yeah. He is trying to tell you that Egyptian myths actually back up the historicity of biblical myths, basically, of the flood story. Yeah, his shtick is, because the Egyptians have myths that I can twist into sounding kind of like Noah's flood, therefore, Noah's flood is actually real, which... Even if it were the case that those myths sounded a whole lot like Noah's flood, which they don't, it still wouldn't actually be an argument that Noah's flood is real. It would be an argument that both of these stories have a similar source, which could be a real flood, right? That's one of the logical possibilities.
Assuming they, yeah.
But it could also just be...
Yeah, they could totally have matching stories. I mean, those cultures were very close to each other.
Yeah, that's the other
All
thing,
the
is it
time.
could just also mean
Right.
they have a common
So-
mythological and a historical
But
basis.
it's not even that.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't even match this far.
So these are the Ogdoad of Hermopolis, and this is what I did my dissertation on in Birmingham. So I studied the Ogdoad, particularly from the oldest texts, beginning in the pyramid texts, moving on to the coffin texts, and then on to the Book of the Dead. So
to be clear, these are all real texts that people translated. And
Yeah.
you might not be surprised to know that generally when Egyptologists translate these, they do not find particularly interesting parallels to Genesis, as a rule. Let's see. At TreeClamTad says, for $2, don't forget the NSDAP on the dark side of the moon. That's a good point, yeah. They did move to the dark side of the moon. I heard about that. Or they moved inside the planet. That's another option. Because they might be in league with the Greys. Is another possibility. Fearmonger Colican says, the dissertation we can't seem to find, it should be added. What does that mean? I'm confused. Oh, and Orange Dot says, great work on the 40k lore episodes on Chesh's channel. Thank you. Those were fun. We should do another one sometime.
Yeah, we should do another one sometime.
We should coerce Kip into playing along.
And be a distraction.
Yeah, that is correct. Yes.
Yeah.
these are later images, and we can see the 8 gods of the Ogdoad on this beautiful temple frieze from Dendera Temple. And
hey, that's where that fake light bulb that isn't actually a light bulb is from. In case you aren't aware of this, there's a temple relief in the Temple of Hathor at Dendera that people say is a light bulb, which it's definitely not. For one thing, the filament, the way a light bulb works, like an incandescent light, is the filament has to go from one end to the other so that you can pass current along it so that it can heat up. The filament is just a snake, and it has its tail at the base of a flower, which is a lotus, which you can tell is a lotus because the way they carved it is exactly the same as the ideograph in Egyptian hieroglyphs for lotus that forms.
Because they just don't fucking read. I mean, it's right there. Like the text is beside the image, telling you what it is, and it's not a light bulb. But because they can't read Egyptian, they go and make up shit.
In fact, I believe the text right next to the figure who's holding up this bulb says, like, I think it says Hathor, the Lady of the Third Month, which is the month that was called Hathor in the Egyptian calendar. Like, I've read it. It's not a hard thing to translate. It's
like
pretty
if
basic.
I took a picture and put a goblin and wrote goblin, and then somebody said, "Oh, look, this is something completely different," because they can't read that it says goblin beside it.
That's pretty much how all of the ancient.
This is a pygmy human from the Mediterranean. Yeah.
Yes, that's how it all works, because they all just can't read the hieroglyphs, and then they start making
That's
stuff
so
up.
embarrassing.
But the thing is, there's a long history of doing this with Egypt specifically, of people just looking at things and then saying, oh, well, maybe that's this. And it even goes down to, like, back before, so, like, Egyptian hieroglyphics were never a widely understood thing, even at the time when they were being actively used, right? People who were in Egypt who were literate were mostly writing with other simplified writing systems, like at first hieratic and then much more widely demotic, which were ultimately derived from the hieroglyphics, but were not the same thing at all. So, like, you get to your average, like, businessman who can write down a contract or a business letter or something. He can't read any of these inscriptions. Right. So, and then of course
by the late period, that would have been almost like a foreign language.
Yeah.
Like if you're learning like Old English or something like that, you would have had to learn like the old temple inscriptions as like a second foreign language. You learn in addition to your day-to-day language, because the language had changed so much.
Yeah.
But they weren't the same culture. They still kind of knew the.
I'm stuck on the concept of like having an image of a guy like with his like the god with his dick in his hand jerking it to create the other gods. But then it's labeled exactly what it is, and then some Christian comes along with too many sensibilities about sexuality and calls it something completely different.
I mean,
Yep.
yeah, that'll happen.
Because
Also-
I can't read that it says what. So I don't remember what you said. The god's name was jerking off into the ocean, creating. Like there's like a textual description beside it.
There's actually a lot of text descriptions. And generally speaking, when you get to like a painting or like one of these relief carvings, it's also usually painted. The text around it is telling you what's happening in the picture. That's the point of the
It's
text.
literally the Egyptians invented alt text, guys.
Yeah, basically.
Yep.
The
They
Screen
did.
Geek. Sorry.
And you have dialogue and everything, and it labels who is who.
Mhm.
So I get into
That's
fights with
amazing.
people about like, hey, look, this is the goddess Sekhmet, and I go like, no, it's Mut, and they say she has a lion head, she's Sekhmet, and I say no, but it literally says right there that it's Mut in this case.
Yeah. Like if you look all these gods that he's highlighted to the top right, they have a little rectangle cut out. That's the name of each of those gods written out. That's what that is. The Screen Geek for €10 says, "Congratulations, Dapper. Thank you for many years of great content and fostering such an amazing community. I want to remind everyone to hit like and also share. Also, AIG are a bundle of tiny peepees. They are. And while we're not technically keeping track of drinks today, because I'm going to be going for like 4 hours and I'm not even starting with alcohol, there's no alcohol in this. I will still take a drink anyway, so cheers." I just found out that saying cheers and clinking glasses is now, as of like a few months ago, allowed for Jehovah's Witnesses. It wasn't beforehand. So,
Congratulations, guys.
yeah,
Welcome
good
to
job,
the
you
new
did it.
world.
And they can have beards now, and soon they're probably going to be able to celebrate birthdays. Yeah. I decided to catch up with the JW news like yesterday. And yeah, some big changes. In fact, actually one of the governing body members now has a beard, which like I've seen him in some of like the clips that I've seen from their videos, and I'm like, that's just weird. And I've never been a Jehovah's Witness, so like I don't have that same visceral reaction that a lot of like ex-J-dubs have, but like I know enough about it that I feel like it just feels weird. Oh, and here is Dr. Kill L'Infiltré.
Beards? You can have beards now?
Yeah, Kip, you're much louder than everyone else.
Oh, why?
I don't know. Maybe you can push the
What's
mic slightly
that?
away from you, or lower your sensitivity. I'm not sure.
I could lower my gain, I guess.
Yeah.
I could do that. Sorry.
No, it's
weird
alright.
because those are buttons I just never touch.
No, I get it.
So what do you think happened? Do you think that the JWs saw a Dr. Joshua Bowen video from Digital Hammurabi and decided, God damn, we want us some of those?
I very much do not think that. I think that what they actually saw was that they're losing members like prodigiously, and their reproduction rate is no longer enough to keep up. So they're trying to make it less onerous to be a Jehovah's Witness, is I think what they're doing. That's also why they softened the shunning rules.
Perhaps just the boss guy wanted to have a beard and then made up an excuse why he could have one.
I like the both option.
Metageeky Platypus Librarian for $2 says, "Have you commented on this guy's hair yet? Like Gavin Cox's hair? I haven't. I don't know.
Kip's hair?
What's wrong with his hair?
I don't know. I don't normally comment on people's hair because, like, who am I to talk?
His hair looks normal to me right now.
Yeah. Tree Clam Tad for $2 says, "No one told me there would be Kip. I want a refund." Well, the way that you submit a refund is what you do is you go to the little dollar sign, then you click where it says Super Chat, and then you type in refund, and then you slide the little blue bar all the way to the right, and then when it says whatever it says at the bottom, that back there, I think for you, since you're in dollars, it'll be 500. That'll be refunded to you. I'm lying, by the way. That won't be refunded to you.
I always thought that was just the when you slide the bar over, that just that's how much, you know, you're just guaranteed to get your money back. Whereas if it's you know, lower than maybe, but
my
so
lawyer
make
is
sure
telling
it's
me to tell you that
the
that's a
way
lie.
over.
By the way, that you won't get that money back.
Who is telling you?
My lawyer.
That? Oh, okay.
My lawyer. Lest I be accused of some kind of fraud.
Well,
Inquisitive Infidel for $5 says, "Those people who think experts equal liars because experts don't feed their egos." Yeah. Congrats on a consistent debunking and honest information dispensation. Thank you. And actually, so here's a weird story.
I'm always feeding my ego.
So here's a weird thing that happened. So I wake up this morning, and usually when I wake up, like I check to see Like, I check my phone to see, like, okay, what notifications do I have? I check to see are there any interesting comments on the YouTube that I want to respond to, whatever, right? And then after that, I'll get up and, like, you know, take a shower, get breakfast, make coffee, all that stuff. So one of the first things I see is a comment on one of my videos saying that I was wrong, that density doesn't really affect the Newtonian gravity equation.
I know about
and
this.
trying to and say, like, see, you can rewrite it so that density is in there. And I'm just bleary, and I'm like looking at my phone, and my eyes are still mostly hooded. And I'm just like, it doesn't seem right. But I'm trying to like think about the units in my head, and I'm like, okay, so if these are measured in grams and this is meters, and I try to do that doesn't sound right. And I'm like, but I'm dumb right now because I haven't had a single bit of caffeine. So I type it, like, the units into my calculator to see, like, because the calculator will do a unit analysis for me. And I'm like, yeah, that still isn't working, but I still don't trust myself. So I send that to a few different people. And finally, I'm like, okay, apparently I can, first thing in the morning, kind of do dimensional analysis and have it be okay-ish. But it was definitely a weird way to start the morning. Was like trying to stare at, like, a formula written in plain text, because you can't do, like, latex math stuff in YouTube comments. It's just plain text. And, like, yeah, it was a really weird way to start the morning. Okay, we got a few things. Mayral Randar, who's been a member for 33 months, says, happy 15,000 subscribers, Dapper. Thank you very much. Then Tree Clam Tad says, Dapper about to be a scammer, about to be in a scammer payback video. Yeah. Claude Simeon for $2 says, I demand.
He's gonna get exposed by
Coffeezilla?
what's his name? Coffeezilla.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Claude Simeon for $2 says, I demand my non-guaranteed creator celebration. Well, here it is. I did say that I was going to launch a scam token. And then someone said, Scam Coin already exists. And I said, yeah, that's why I'm launching Scam Token. Come on.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Very,
it's going to go.
very important.
It's going to go to the moon. So you guys should get in early. Get on the ground floor.
It's gonna join in on our cheese mine that's on the moon. That's run by goblins. It's part of that.
Yep.
Yeah, but
Don't
that's
mind
on
me,
the
by the
other
way.
side of the moon from the Nazis, is it? Your
Yeah,
cheese
obviously.
mine.
Yeah, you don't want to
Yeah,
mind the
yeah.
Nazi cheese.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely want as much social distancing as possible.
Reasonable. Yeah. Speaking of which, Egyptomania, did you hear the lyrics to the song that was apparently supposed to be an insult to me and Chesh, in which...
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
One. That was kind of cute, actually.
It was cute.
It was
And-
very. It was
And
very
the
cute.
weird thing is that, like, I realized afterwards, I think that Roadhog thinks that the problem with Hitler was that his name is Hitler. Because otherwise the insult
Yeah.
doesn't make sense. But
Nah,
I don't know if you guys know
Him after.
that his name is Hitler is just coincidental. He would be just as much of a villain if his name was like Eichmann or something, some other
Yes.
Germany
if
name.
You
It
had
wouldn't
a
matter.
child right now and named them Hitler, there is no guarantee that they would be literally the same Hitler doing the exact same things.
I would argue there would be a guarantee that they wouldn't be, because that's impossible.
Probably.
Well, I think it's twofold. One is that it's basically not a possibility because the social pressures that created and enabled Hitler at the time are not the same, although
Right.
some things may be similar. So you wouldn't have exactly the same Hitler regardless. But if we get a reincarnation of a Hitler that's still also named Hitler, right? You see what I'm
So
saying?
we're
You see what
assuming
I'm saying?
reincarnation is real.
Yeah.
Well, we're saying that it's not totally impossible. We don't know.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't need reincarnation to get more Nazis. We
True.
Ah,
They-
God
Mm.
damn, y'all.
current
Mm.
issues in Germany again.
You know what doesn't have
Uh,
Nazis? Ancient Egypt.
Yeah, let's go back to that.
True.
A better place.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it has a lot of slavery, so I'm not sure it's that much better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is
fair.
a relief from Ptolemy the Sixth. So he reigned from around 180 to
Dude, silence your cell phone, Gavin. Come on. Turkey Sloth, who's been a
That's-
member for 29
That's
months.
what I
says-
was just doing.
Says, Dapper, how's the human suit? The human suit's going all right. You know, I got my fancy Adeptus Mechanicus t-shirt that is not an officially licensed product, but in fact is a pirated product from, well, not pirated, but it's a copyright violating product and trademark violating product from China. So, but
I would like
yeah.
to. I can't wait to get more of that in Canada now that we've made deals with China. But on the other hand, some fun fact that you might want to know about Canada that you guys might not be aware of: since we sent Scott away on his iceberg, Kip is now the biggest dick in Canada.
Oh, congratulations!
Wait a minute. Wait a
Is that
minute.
like an official
There's
title?
another Egyptologist that lives here. That I object. I feel like you are forgetting about that one.
Let's see. Carnival
Um,
Frog, who's been a member for 24 months, says, congratulations on 15K
nice.
with all 3 of our kaiju emojis, and then sends 10 Dapper Dinosaur memberships. Thank you very much.
Brilliant.
I really do appreciate that. And then Prostetnik Volgan Gels for 66 sex says, listening to this while cooking reindeer stew. Ooh, I'm jealous.
Ooh,
I want some reindeer
slow
stew.
cooking? Are you slow cooking it in a slow cooker? I hope so.
The last time I had, I cooked any kind of game meat, I had a cut of moose that was basically the same cut as you would, if it were a cow, would just be a steak. But I didn't want to sit there and actually do the whole process of that. So what instead I did was I got some teriyaki sauce and I cut it into steak tips. And I cooked up some moose teriyaki tips. And that was really good. Tree Clam Tad for $2 says, from Jillian, this is... You guys know I can't read Gaelic.
Pretty sure this is about volcanoes. No.
Yeah,
That's about volcanoes in Canada.
I think there are volcanoes in Canada, but like in Irish. I think that's what's going on there. Not that I know
Barry.
Irish. Also, I'm not positive that I would be able to reliably distinguish between Irish Gaelic and Scottish Gaelic. I think I would be unable to do that. They're fairly closely related languages. I think they're the 2 closest related Celtic languages. Like I think all the other ones, like Breton and Welsh, are more distant from each other and from both Celtic languages than those 2 are from each other. But I'm not positive because I am not a guy who knows a whole lot about Celtic linguistics. So, yeah.
You want me to actually call Barry because he might know?
Oh, also there's Manx. That's also the number of Celtic languages I can name. Scottish and Irish Gaelic, that's 2. Manx, Welsh, and Breton. And oh wait, is Cornish Celtic? Because that might be a 7th or 6th language I can name. Everyone, check to see if Cornish. Manx, yes. The Manx cat is a breed of cat associated with the Isle of Man. The indigenous language of which is Manx, also, which is a Celtic language.
Oh, interesting.
Yes.
Okay. Wow, it's all coming together.
Yeah, it's like these are like connections about the world.
Connected. It's amazing.
Don't they also have
feels like
some,
a conspiracy?
Celtic Gaelic people down in like northern Spain at the Atlantic coast?
So there's the Basque people who are not speaking. They're not even speaking Indo-European language. I don't know if there's.
They have like one of these like really old isolates, right?
Yeah, they have an isolate. I don't know if there's an existing Celtic population there. If there is, and they speak a Celtic language, I don't know what it's called. So that would still mean I can name at most 7. So yes, Cornish is is Cornish specifically a Gaelic language? Oh. All right, I'm gonna hit play.
164 BC, and their names appear in block cartouches above their heads. We'll have a closer look there, and we can see their names.
Yeah, it's a closer look, but the quality is crap. Are there no better quality images of this?
There might be. They have like cleaned the ceiling of the Dendera temple, and I have to look that up, but somebody took really good photos of that, and they are available online somewhere.
Well, that's good.
But yeah,
let's see.
I'm pretty sure that this one is legit. I mean, yeah, that's the Octodad.
Yeah, I'm just saying the quality is not very high. Like, there's a lot of these signs that I can't even see what they're supposed to be, although I can see what some of them are. Like, there's the little squiggly squiggly line that's water that has the end care. Yeah, I can see that. Also, Orange Dot says, how do you get moose in Arizona? I was not in Arizona when I got this moose. But also, you just have someone ship it to you. Pack it in some dry ice. It'll be fine. There are Celts in Spain, says Rando from chat, but as far as I know, they don't preserve their language. Well, that's unfortunate. I know that before the Romans conquered it, there, other than a few Greek city-states, the entire area was speaking Celtic languages. So there is that.
Appearing above them. So they're 4 couples, male and female, and the females are shown snake-headed, and the males are shown with frog heads, and these are animals associated with water and flooding.
Frogs are cool.
And this idea of the Ogdoad occurs in many texts in ancient Egypt, and we'll just look at some of the later ones first.
Okay, if you're trying to connect this to Noah, why would you be going to the latest text that you can find? Shouldn't it be more similar to Noah in the earlier texts rather than in the later texts? What am I missing?
Well, the problem is that if you look at the ancient Egyptian sources, you have some allusions to the Ogdoad in older times, and some of the individual members are named, but them showing up as this group of 8 explicitly named is actually as late as the 26th dynasty.
So the entire group that he's trying to use as the basis for his comparison to Noah doesn't really exist as a coherent group until thousands of years later.
Yep. I mean, they may have existed. Maybe we just don't have the sources, or it wasn't written down so much. But if you look at what we have, 26th dynasty. He's even going to show us the tomb where he found them and admit that it's really late.
I'm gonna take a drink. That's ridiculous.
What is 26th dynasty? What are we talking about here for dates?
We are talking like well into the first millennium BC, like early Iron Age
so
times.
Like,
that's
after thousands of
the
years after the Old Kingdom, after the first dynasty of the Old Kingdom.
Wow.
Hey guys, in case you didn't know, this thing we call ancient Egypt, it spanned like 5,000 years or so, and like
that's crazy.
There's a lot of differences at the beginning compared to the end. They're not the same thing. There's a lot of similarities, don't get me wrong. Like, there's a lot of continuities. In fact, I would argue that Egypt is, like, unusually full of continuities between the Old Kingdom all the way through the New Kingdom, but it's still not the same thing. The religion changed, the way that the economy worked changed, the architecture changed, the language changed. All this stuff is not the same going from one end to the other of ancient Egypt. Now, there are a lot of motifs and similarities, right, that carry through, but
they preserved some like motifs, some ideas, some points that really carry through from the earliest times. But the more you look at the culture closely, the more you'll see the differences.
Oh, I just noticed that this guy's background is semi-transparent on my setup, so you guys can see the spinning ship through it. I'm okay with that.
Same with me, actually.
Oh, well, you know. Chesh is transparent, just like always.
Yeah, I'm pretty straightforward.
This comes from the text in Fayum, and this book is a highly esoteric text that describes the Fayum. This is an area in Egypt as the original site of creation and a center for the daily renewal of creation.
I want to point out a lot of places like to think of themselves as the center of Egypt and the place of renewal of Egypt.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. That's
why every gnome has their own tomb of Osiris.
Yeah.
And every sun temple has their own Benben stone, and every big city has their own creation myth, because of course all of them, they were like the one center at some time or the other.
The thing is, ancient Egyptian religion did not have like a pope enforcing orthodoxy in the exact same myths and beliefs on everyone at any point.
No, it's a mess. If you try to draw like a family tree of Egyptian deities, it doesn't work. Like, they are like married to each other and having kids with each other all over the place, all depending on where and when you look.
If you look,
it does not work that way.
If you look in one location synchronically, maybe you could come up with a coherent family tree and a coherent set of myths. But once you step away from that synchronic single location focus, that falls apart, and you realize that while at any given time in any given place, there was a series of myths that were more or less like coherent and told you a story about who did what, when, to whom, where, why. You can't just then generalize that to Egyptian mythology as a whole. There are commonalities, right? Like, the basic job of the gods is kind of consistent, right? You know, like Ra stays the sun god for a whole lot of time. Sometimes he's conflated with other gods, and sometimes not, and whatever. But like, yeah, you. Sorry, guy. The Fayum isn't special in having a papyrus that says that it's where the world was created. Everybody's got that. This guy can't be an
Also not
Egyptologist.
special in focusing on the fact that yes, there's flooding in the Nile, and the floods are kind of important.
Yeah, that too. It's only the
But
thing
yeah, that happens every year.
Yeah, so much so that you can like plan for it. Yeah, and also you know they sat around and marked high water marks each year to see if there were trends and things like that, so they could see if like maybe there's a drying trend and we should like save up some grain in some state-run granaries for dispensation later when there might be some kind of rough years, or hey, we got like a bumper year coming up, maybe we should raise taxes because we can afford to actually raise those taxes on that grain, things like that. You can still find etched into little walls at the side of the Nile high water marks. They knew about this. They were planning for this. This is one of those. Okay, I'm just gonna hit play.
And it references multiple creation myths, including the Ogdoad myth of Hermopolis and the Heliopolitan myth, incorporating them into the local theology of Sobek. So it kind of brings together a number of ideas.
I had a teacher in high school whose last name was Sobek. That was weird.
You told me about that once.
Did I?
Yeah.
That sounds like something I would say.
Yeah, you did. It does.
Yeah.
I think it was on a show, actually. So, yeah.
The deep lore. The deep dapper lore, having a teacher named Sobek, who did not have a crocodile head, which was very disappointing.
Did he at least go like a crocodile hat that he wore
No.
sometimes?
Guy didn't even wear
What?
hats. Yeah, just had gray hair.
He must have like you have to you like masks or like something, a thing you would have.
Nope.
Boo this man! Boo! Hate fun.
Together. And again, the names of the Ogdoad appear in this book of Fayum. So let's.
By the way, that little bit that goes off to the side, that's Fayum. It's a little oasis. Because he didn't put it on the map, but I figured I'd let you know.
Go back a bit further in history, in ancient Egyptian history, and look at the oldest.
It's a little weird. Oh, this is Google Earth. That's why Cairo is pinned. Because I was going to say, like, Cairo wasn't a city in ancient Egypt. Cairo was a later, like, Arab settlement that was made as a fort after the conquest by Arabs of Egypt. But, like, yeah, this is just Google Earth, so it makes sense that like it's highlighting modern stuff. So my apologies, everybody. Did he at least wear a lot of Lacoste shirts? I don't remember what shirts he wore. Sorry, Jillian. It's been a little while since I was in my high school biology class.
Illustrations of the Ogdoad and their names, and these occur in a place called El Bawati, which is in the Bahiriya Oasis, which is some 375 kilometers southwest from Cairo. And there are tombs there from the 26th dynasty, and two of these tombs in the Oasis of Bahiriya.
I gotta say, I don't know what this paper is exactly that he's citing, but it looks like a really good source for some dungeon layouts for Dungeons and Dragons. So go grab those tomb layouts. Make some dungeons with them, everybody.
Yep.
Yeah.
Check out the layout of the subterranean structures of the step pyramid.
Yeah.
Those are really, really cool. On
Make sure you
galleries
put
on
mummies in
several
them.
levels.
The Mummy Lord is in the regular handbook.
There you go. Is that what you're reading right now?
Yeah, I'm working on our game.
Means I should probably work on some character art from the game.
Well, whatevs.
Yeah.
I'm not too worried about that right now. I'm probably planning on doing a bunch of art for it.
I'm worried about it.
Worried. Well, you have no faith in me?
No, I just want to do character art for me. Let me do
He just
character
wants
art.
to do his own character art.
Yeah. Is that
Oh, we could do it in reverse where you do all the character art and I do all the asset art.
That would be very strange.
Right? It would like the whole
The whole
vibe would
dynamic
just
flip, yeah.
reverse. It would be crazy.
Yeah. And then you make it like we stepped into some kind of like a mirror alternate universe or something.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I mean, that is already kind of my character's background. Is he's a conjurer who stepped through the wrong portal and ended up in whatever nonsense this Chesh's crazy world, and he just wants to get out of there. But
you're saying that like you weren't complaining that like the description of the world I gave you was the most basic bare bones vanilla fantasy world you could possibly think of. Literally, those are the words that I used.
Yeah, it was very frustrating.
It was very frustrated.
Include
You're calling it wacky, but
the
it's like
first attested
vanilla.
example of the Ogdode as a named group.
Yeah, dude, you don't think that's a
He's
problem?
admitting it. He's just saying it like that. 26 Dynasty, first time that I named it. I was actually not aware of this until I watched that video, and then I did some research, and yeah, that's
like,
true.
How does he not realize that that's a problem for his argument?
He doesn't believe that his audience will notice?
I guess, yeah. To be fair, it is the case that no one thinks more poorly of their audiences than young Earth creationists. It is amazing how dumb they think their audiences are.
Especially as like a group.
Yeah, they seem to think that their audiences like look, obviously I'm running a like young Earth creationism debunk channel, so I'm not someone who's going to be sitting here and telling you that, oh yeah, young Earth creationists, smartest bunch of people out there, right? But also, the way that young Earth creationists talk about their audiences is astounding. I'm like, wow, I wouldn't talk about anyone like this. I wouldn't even say that flat earthers are that dumb.
So excavations at Bahria Oasis was carried out by an Egyptologist called Fakhri in 1942 and determined the area to be at the peak of prosperity during the 26th dynasty. So 4 wealthy individuals from the village of El Bawati were buried in rock-hewn tombs. And within Tomb 2, the locations of inscriptions that name the Ogdode are labelled A and B just there. So let's have a look at a diagram of these, and I'll just run through them with you. So these 8 apes represent the Ogdode. So why?
Well, I want to point out those aren't apes. Those
look like dogs.
Baboons. No, they're baboons.
Are they baboons?
You can tell because they have human feet and human hands, so they're primates.
Oh, okay.
But they're baboons.
And they have this like what looks like they're wearing like a black body or something in here, which is actually this baboon mane that covers much of their bodies.
Yeah. Egyptian art wasn't known for photorealism, but if you know enough about...
Well, didn't you hear that there is no real set standard for photorealism?
God damn it, Chesh.
I actually learned at university that the correct word for the Egyptian style of art, at least in German, is geradansichtig vorstellig.
What is...
Say that 3 times fast.
No.
So it's like every single element of the picture that you're looking at it like straight, like from the front or from the side. And it's vorstellig, like kind of imagining, and that it will always show you the thing that is easiest to remember. So if you see a face from the side in profile, you'll still see the eye from the front, because like an eye is most easiest to depict and recognize if you see it from the front.
Yeah.
And then they kind of put those different perspectives together, and that gives you that weird, unique style.
Tree Clam Tat for $5 says, most young Earth creationists are just people who were raised with bad science, so liars who know the science look down on them. AIG is a bag of Mikey Smith's feet. Oh, gross.
Oh, why?
But
Who
also,
asked?
you're right.
Get out of here.
Mikey Smith posted pictures of his heel like a few months ago, and it's worse than his toe.
Has he considered posting these on OnlyFans?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe he has. Maybe he could get some money that isn't just assistance. Which, like, I'm not knocking him for being on assistance, but like,
yeah, if you don't think feet people are a problem, imagining like feet people that are into that.
Look, I'm happy to have people be into feet, but like being into Mikey Smith feet, that's That's like
that's the problem area.
we're getting into like necrophilia because his feet are literally rotting on his body.
Necrosis, yeah.
Like, Mikey, see a doctor. You're clearly having necrosis associated with your largely apparently untreated diabetes. Don't do that. Don't tell people on stream that you're going to go walk out at night into the snow because you want to be able to feel something with your feet, because otherwise you can't.
God
Go to
damn.
a doctor, Mikey.
He's Canadian, isn't he?
Yeah.
Go to a walk-in
What?
clinic, my guy.
Holy cow.
Yeah. He chooses not to. This is a choice he has made.
That's
Blech.
insane.
Bleh.
And if you haven't seen Mikey Smith's toe, I would recommend not trying to find it. It's pretty gross.
No interest. I'm good.
Things I'm not going to Google for.
Yeah, no, you don't. I mean,
Yeah.
it's on YouTube. There is someone who did make a video of his toe with the little slit in it that's rotting as a mouth singing about the toe while the toe itself wears a little hat, which was...
Maybe I should go and make an OnlyFans with his feet pics.
I'm not subscribing to that OnlyFans if you do that. I'll just let you know.
Okay, fine.
Also, I've talked to people who try to get on that, and apparently getting approved is a pain in the ass.
No, oh really?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it's probably good. It's probably good.
I know someone who gave up.
But-
Like at one
Oh,
point,
really?
yeah, she was like, "Hey, can you help me take a clear picture of my face? Because they always say it's too blurry." I'm like, "Yeah, okay. Just let me know when you want me to do that." And then I just heard nothing. And it turns out, no, she just gave up. It was like, you know what?
Fair enough.
Fearmonger the Colican says, "How ableist of you. Let Mikey collect his Darwin Award. He's worked hard for it and deserves something for his effort."
I don't want Mikey to
Oof.
die an early death. I don't hate him like that. Like, I don't want him to have bad things
Listen,
happen to him.
Your opinion is not relevant here. This man is just marching his way on his unfeeling feet into an early grave for no apparent reason.
And he now, as far as I know, still owes the Canadian courts something like, I think it's $700 Canadian, which he does not have.
Dude, does he think that if he goes to the doctor, they're gonna like try to get him to pay up on his?
Oh,
court
that's
stuff?
it.
'Cause
They're
that's not
gonna
how...
requisition.
Maybe.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. You think he thinks that? You think that's his?
I don't know, because
hang
well, the
up?
thing is, the problem with his feet has been going
good.
on for much longer than his failed lawsuit. Because in case you guys don't know,
sure.
Mikey Smith sued the Canadian Space Agency for lying about space, and in his complaint, told on himself harder than I have ever seen anyone tell on themselves in a complaint for a lawsuit. One of the things he wanted damages for was the fact that all of his friends and family had abandoned him. And it's like, Mikey,
Oh,
you put that
Oh my God.
in a public filing in federal court. Mikey, why would...
as if the
You-
federal government cares.
I don't know. That's
But what it means, though, is that...
That's some Richard Carrier level telling on
That's
yourself.
sad.
Yeah, just you don't
legal
you don't have to do that, Mikey.
Wow.
Yeah.
No.
And it's like, the thing is, you realize it's his friends and family didn't abandon him because the Canadian Space Agency was lying about space. They abandoned him because he became a raving lunatic flat earther. Tree Clam
And
Tat.
probably because his feet smell.
Well, okay, maybe. But Tree Clam Tat for $2 says, "Don't spend your insulin money on suing the CSA." Insulin, I'm pretty sure, doesn't even cost money in Canada.
No, it does. It's just not egregiously expensive.
But also, he's on
and
public...
like it depends on what your benefits are.
Yeah, he's on
also,
public
so.
assistance, which seems like it's pretty total for him, so I'm pretty sure they wouldn't charge him for it. Samuel
Yeah,
Lafleur, who is a tetrapod now. Welcome to the tetrapod level of the memberships.
Hey.
And then Dengo Pay for €2 says AIG is a bag of misplaced toes. Gross, but also true.
I am very confused. This book is recommending a monster that I'm not seeing in the monster manual.
Did you check the appendix?
Yeah, I'm looking at the appendix now.
Okay.
And it's possible, but it shouldn't be in the appendix because it is a challenge rating 11, and usually the higher level challenge ratings are not in the appendices.
Uh-oh.
So
That's Dungeon Dad.
What the?
I'm gonna hit play.
On earth apes, you may ask? That's a good question. Glad you asked.
Not in the appendix.
And well, the apes here were considered animals that worshipped the sun. So if you went out in the ancient Egypt. At that time, you might see.
Dude, I don't care. Get to the point about the Ogdo. I don't care about the apes. What? Who cares?
Baboons, and they would have been hailing the.
Hey, Misanthropic Humanist upgraded their membership to Amnio. Thank you very much. That is the second tier. That's the one where we start putting your name in the credits. I actually had someone who was at the Tetrapod level said, like, hey, how come my names are never in the credits? It's like, well, if you read the benefits, you'll see that name in the credit starts at 5, because if I put it down all the way at like the $1 level, I would never get done with the credits.
I found out why. I couldn't find it in the monster manual. Because because it's one of the jinn or it's one of the elementals. It's not listed under its name. It's listed under the thing and the thing. Yeah, okay. It's an elemental. That's why.
Some they'd have been lifting their hands. And the idea that the Ogdoad worshipped the sun on the first day of creation. Now, you can see their names are written above their heads in hieroglyphs there.
Mm-hmm.
And they are helping support the sky. And this is a photograph of the actual images themselves. Beautiful yellow and red ochres inside these tombs. And again, the Ogdoad there shown in their simian form. So we've seen them already with frog heads and snake heads.
All right. When's the next time he actually makes a point that matters, Egyptomania? I know you have some timestamps.
Around, I think, minute 47, he gets into the Hebrew meanings of Noah's name. And perhaps
I see that, yeah.
Dr. Kip can help us with that part, because I have no idea if that's true.
All right. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, we're actually pretty close to that. So we'll go to... Here he's talking about the, what is it? The genealogy, I guess.
Yeah, which is fake, because there's nothing in the Egyptian sources that calls Nun the like father of the others.
Of course, but if he wants to say that Nu is Noah because of vague similarity in name, he's got to be, right?
And we have Amun and Amunet, Kek and Keket, Het and Hohet. And basically, the feminine are the male version, just with the feminine ending, T in this case.
As opposed to what in other cases? I'm not familiar with too many other feminine endings in Egyptian. Are there any?
Not really.
Yeah, okay. When you say in this case, it makes me think there are other cases.
Perhaps he means other languages?
Yeah, although, like, the T ending is pretty widespread in Afro-Asiatic languages. It occurs in Semitic languages, too. Even in some cases where, like, later changes have sort of hidden it. Like, in Arabic, it's usually, and actually in Hebrew, it's usually like a ah sound. But in certain contexts, you can see there's an underlying T sound when you add on.
But it's actually the same in Egyptian. Because it was only spoken sound until, like, the Middle Kingdom at most, and then it actually works like the Arabic tamabuta, where you say, like, mudarisa, a female teacher, and there's actually a T in the word, but you don't hear it. It's just mudarisa.
You might hear it if you add in like an enclitic pronoun.
If you say like
mudarisa or T, like my teacher,
like my teacher, then you hear it again, and it pretty much worked the same in Egyptian, because those languages are related.
Yep. Language stuff, right, Kip?
Oh, yeah.
In what
He's going to tell us about Hebrew now.
Okay.
Okay.
Kip, are there contexts where the T sound for the feminine ending in Hebrew comes through in the singular?
Where the T sound in feminine... Sorry, say that again. The T sound
in many Afro-Asiatic languages, the feminine ending for singular nouns is something like an at. Mm-hmm. But in a lot of the lineages, the final t drops off in most contexts, but it comes back sometimes, like when you put a possessive enclitic pronoun or something.
Right, sure, okay.
Are there contexts in which the T in the singular comes back in Hebrew, or does it just stay hidden the whole time?
So I think it's probably, I mean, it's part of the construct form, right?
Okay.
So yeah, it's the same thing, right? Like when you attach suffix pronouns to the noun, then it if it's a feminine noun, you see the T, the tav again, and it shows up in like verb forms, feminine verb forms that end in a hey, right? So there's it's not there's a connection there.
Gotta love Afroasiatic languages marking the subject of verbs on the verb for both number, person, or for number, person, and gender. Because why not?
Smart.
Including in the second person.
Smart. Yeah.
Have gender second person pronouns. Who cares? Why not? Tree Clam Tad for $5 says, Mikey Smith recently harassed a family member of a Challenger astronaut more than once. He can go to the ocean? Water? So here's the thing. That I am not saying that Mikey Smith is a good guy. I do not hold that opinion.
Wait.
However, I will also say I don't think he's done anything that I think warrants an early grave. So, yeah. Even harassing someone, like, same thing for, like, Alex Jones, right? Who's done far worse than Mikey Smith has, let's be honest. I don't wish, like, Alex Jones, like, an early death. Like, whatever. I just want him to go live out a life in poverty and ignominy.
Anonymous poverty.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's fine. I don't need him to go have some kind of early grave where his feet fall off or something. Like, no, it's fine.
Really?
Yes? I feel like that wasn't directed at me.
Challenge
Let's
ratings are
consider-
stupid.
They are stupid. Yeah. Yeah. I've known that since 2nd edition.
Yeah, I know. I'm just reaffirming it.
The meanings of the names of Noah and his sons, how do we determine what their names are before we start to
Oh,
compare?
good.
I think what you do to determine what their names are is you open up your copy of the Hebrew scriptures in Hebrew
Mhm.
and you read.
You read them?
Yeah, you read them.
You could do that.
Because they're right there. They're in the text.
Reading?
Like you
No.
like this is my my Hebrew scriptures are over back there, so I'm not going to go get them, but like you open up, if this were a Hebrew book, this would be the front cover, right? And Genesis is pretty early on, so you turn to some of the first pages and then they're going to be in the text. That's how you figure it out.
That's how.
Yeah. Yeah. That does remind me of the time that I was in Arabic class and I started being very confused by the English paragraph I was reading because it didn't make any sense at all. And I realized that I was sight reading each word, but reading them in order from right to left. And because I had just gotten done reading a lot of right to left text. So I just started at the right end of the English paragraph and I just, my brain doesn't read out every single letter. It's just like, oh, that's the word. And so it was just the word in the wrong order. And I was like, this doesn't make any sense. What is going on? And yeah, it took me a little while to figure, oh, right. This is English. I got to go the other way.
Yes, I feel that. I have like a weird problem with Arabic that I sometimes confuse the dots that are on top and on the bottom.
Oh, so
and then
like
I read an N like a noon for a B,
yeah, that'll
and the
happen.
other way around. And then the word doesn't make any sense until I go like, no, wait, I got it switched again.
At least we now have those dots. The earliest bits of Arabic text we have, they don't have those. Those dots that distinguish like B and N or T and Y, yeah, no, just don't exist. I was like, woof, that's rough.
The meanings of the names of this Ogdoad group. And while we go to the biblical text, this is Old Testament theologian Professor Gordon Wenham, and he said this, that play on similar sounding words or paranomasia or puns, if you like, is a favorite device of Hebrew writers. The flood story has many puns on Noah's name. The key words in chapter 6, verses 5 to 8 make paronomastic allusions to the name of Noah.
I love the fact that there's already a word for pun, but academics are like, no, we need to get like some.
We need a
Greek.
much larger word.
Yeah, and it needs to be Greek.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
paronomasia.
Not enough letters in pun for like a proper academic word.
Exactly. That way we can have fancy words like paronomastic. That's a fancy one.
I wrote. Fun fact: I wrote an undergraduate paper on paronomasia in the Book of Proverbs.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
It was fun. I didn't
So
find that many actually. There were just a handful.
That's unfortunate.
Mhm.
Maybe next book after Proverbs, there'll be more. Proverbs
I
2.
see what you. Yeah.
Yeah, write Proverbs 2, Kip, in Hebrew.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we do have something like that. It's called instruction, and we know it from the Dead Sea Scrolls in many copies.
you can read the Hebrew text, and there'll be a word that sounds like Noah, but has a specific meaning.
Tree Clam Tat says, can we get a Trojan source check on this? On that there are puns in Genesis? I mean, there are.
Oh, yeah, no question.
Yeah, it's full of puns.
And I'm sure, like, I mean, I could look this up. I don't have any reason to think that these citations are. Yeah, no, it's. Everything looks fine here.
No,
so far
his
from what he's saying,
citations actually are usually fine.
Yeah, it's
He
just
gets some Trojan quoting later on when he comes to the coffin text.
Oh, okay.
okay.
All right.
And so we can understand how the biblical writer is punning or using the name of Noah to make a point.
It sure is.
And this famously occurs with Lamech naming his son in Genesis 5, verses 28 to 29. So when Lamech had lived 182 years, he fathered a son and called his name Noah, saying, out of the ground that the Lord has cursed, this one shall bring us relief. And the Hebrew for relief there is Nehem, from our work and from the painful toil of our hands.
It's not Nahum. So sorry.
It's not Nehem.
Being a pedantic asshole here. It's not Nechem. No, it's Nahum.
Have you considered that Hebrew has way too many vowels for any Afro-Asiatic language, and that 6 should be your maximum?
That's a take.
It is a take. I stand by it.
So I bet he's not going to say anything about this, but I think it's interesting that even though the writer of the flood story is making this connection, this connection between the name Noach and the verb nacham, like etymologically speaking, the word Noach is probably Akkadian from like Nuhu, which just means quiet. And I think that's interesting.
Wasn't that the original reason for the flood in the Akkadian flood myth? Was it was too noisy?
Yeah,
okay.
Too noisy. Yeah, you exactly. I think that's interesting. He's probably not going to say anything about that though.
I hate that I, who have never actually formally studied any of this, know more of this off the top of my head than Gavin Cox seems to.
The PhD, I heard PhD in Egyptology. Is that right?
I'm not sure.
We're not sure.
Okay.
He talks about getting his doing his thesis at Birmingham University, but I couldn't find it anywhere in their database. So
is that like Birmingham, the US one, or the Alabama, right? It's Birmingham, Alabama, or is it?
Wait. I think
UK.
I looked up something in the UK.
Well, there is a
Did
Birmingham
they
in
have a Birmingham in?
Yeah.
Is there a University of Birmingham or a Birmingham University in Alabama?
So there's a Birmingham, Alabama. I don't know if there's a school there that would have that name. So it could also mean that he went to a school in Birmingham, Alabama, and that's what he means when he says that. So like,
I went to a university. Yeah,
Yeah.
a school, a university in Alabama.
Yeah.
Where's Vish when you need her, man?
right?
Well, yeah,
I think she's doing move stuff because it's a multi-day
true.
process.
It's a
so
rough time. Yeah.
yeah, and it's supposed to be
Sorry,
hot
you're
where
stuck
she
with
is.
me. With Shanti.
It's true.
I was because I feel bad every time I accidentally call you Vish.
Why?
I felt better. I didn't call it out yesterday, but in our stream yesterday on Dapper Reacts, Dapper actually called Vish Chesh.
It's true. It did happen.
So it did happen.
Mhm.
So it was probably because you were thinking about that lovely song.
That is actually why. It's
AI
because that
generated.
song was like right there. The
Right in
weirdest.
the
Yes, we're
forefront of his
no,
brain
it's true.
lobe.
Ted,
Such a weird.
I
song.
know there's a University of Alabama at Birmingham because that's where Chesh. So, oh, God damn, I just did it again.
Are we that similar?
I don't think
No,
so. but
you're not. It's just
the
it's
names
just-
aren't super dissimilar.
Yeah,
though. That's the
it's-
thing.
Really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think so.
They share
and I
one
don't, like,
letter. It's an H.
Yep, the vowel qualities aren't super different either.
Oh.
Yeah, it's the yeah, I don't know. But anyways, yes, the University of Alabama at Birmingham is where Vish went to school.
Well, so then maybe we'll have to check there. So I don't know.
Maybe
If anyone wants to
we
check,
have or check for like a podunk Birmingham
Well, let's-
University in
let's
the
say this.
United States.
if I'm catching this much of it as someone who does not have a single degree in any of this, and this is just me catching it off the top of my head without doing I didn't prep this, by the way. Like Egyptomaniac, you sent me some like notes, but like I went over them, but I didn't sit there and like go cross-reference them and like read up on paronomastic references in the Bible or like Akkadian myths or anything like.
And there I went sending you all of those links to all of those papers I found.
I mean,
Are
I
you
did-
saying you didn't read them as your like proper homework?
Well, I didn't go through and make sure that I absorbed every single bit of information. I did look through to see what's
Alright.
going on, but like
Alright.
I shouldn't be better at this than Gavin Cox. Chesh isn't a sorry. Treacher Clam Ted says Chesh isn't in a sanctum, Kip. That's true. She's just in some room with a green screen
Okay.
picture, which I really should have
Hey.
green screened out and replaced with something else.
You should have. That's what it's there for. It's
should've-
literally there to be
Shoot,
messed
my,
with.
I should have
think my
replaced it with
chat-
this
I think
this
my
picture
chat died.
that you guys can't see in here, but it's in the stream can
I
see
hate
it.
it when this happens. I hate it when this
Stream can see
happens.
it. Is it the picture that I think it is?
Of course it is.
Oh, wonderful.
Like, what other picture of you do you think I just keep around on this set?
I don't know. The picture I was
Damn
putting
it.
in there was the cow print outfit with the
Nice.
the mustache.
So you can see in the Hebrew how Noah is played upon with relief
Mhm.
or comfort. So
True.
we get the idea that Noah means comfort, rest, or relief. So
Except that it
we
doesn't,
can
but okay.
have the semantic range of Noah, the name Noah and its meaning worked out from the Hebrew.
No, you just called it out as a
no.
pun. You can't say that the
Yeah, yeah,
meaning
yeah.
of something is based on a pun. Puns are joke or like fun little things messing with the sound, not the meaning. That's
Well, you can
Like,
you
this is-
could use it as a literary device that could
Sure.
mean comedy, or it could be alluding to something else that's going on. That's fine. It can be like foreshortening for some reason. It could also be like doing something along the lines of foreshadowing something that's going to happen later on. It's just a rhetorical tool, though. It's not
Yeah.
necessarily a literal situation.
Yeah,
or
and you
like an
can't-
additional-
you can't get your definition for a word based on another word that was used as a pun based on that first word.
Yeah, that's kind of back ass word, I
Yeah.
believe. It's a technical term.
But all right, let's see
Like,
where he goes with this.
Let's be clear. Hold on. I just want to point out, like, let's be clear too about what the Hebrew writer is doing here, because this is something that the writers of the Hebrew Bible do a lot, where they will take like a name of a place or a person that's probably like really old, and then they will try and like reinvent the association or the meaning of that by attaching it to something else that is, you know, more common. So this is what we see, right? Like with the name Yahweh, the God of the early Israelites, whose name probably is not directly connected to the verb Haya, which means to be, but they thought, oh, it sure sounds a lot like this word.
Mhm.
So let's build like a whole origins mythology on the basis of this connection. Like that's the same thing that's happening here.
Yep. And the Egyptians do the exactly same thing.
The
There's
Greeks
a lot of
did the
like
same thing.
hyper
Yeah.
epithets of deities that go back to probably some kind of secondary punning, not
Right.
necessarily the original etymology of the word, but somebody later came up with something that sounded similar and then made up a reason how those two are connected.
Well, one thing is, if you look at some of our earliest like proto-linguistics work, some of it comes from the Greeks, and their idea was just like that words that sound similar probably came from each other or came from some previous word that
Right.
sounded like a middle ground. We know that that's not actually how it works, generally speaking, but that was an idea that was going around in the ancient world, was like, yeah, words that sound similar, maybe they had a connection. We know that that's only sometimes true. But like, we only know that because of like rigorous linguistics research and like tabulating like lists and lists of words and cognates and looking at old literature to see how they develop and stuff. Like, it took a lot of work to figure that out. And so, yeah, it's possible that the author thinks that these words are connected etymologically. They're not, and they don't have the same meaning even for the author. But yeah, anyway, we're going to see what he says these words or these names mean.
And so we can do that. And in Genesis 6:6,
good.
we have Naham, which means be sorry, repent, regret, be comforted, or comfort, or care for.
Which is not what Noah means.
No.
Does this man just not care about the context at all of like the surrounding text?
I don't know. I don't know yet.
Okay.
Nihoa, which means a quiet, soothing, or soothing aroma.
Okay, that doesn't look like it's actually related
That's
to Naham. That looks like a different root, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
It's but it's probably like, I mean, he is picking up on the fact that these are probably like intentionally derived connections that the writer is trying to make, right? With
Right, but they're not
the name,
etymologically connected to each other.
No. So
all right, because
he's using so interesting. He's pulling this stuff up from this book here. Actually, it's
Kip's got the book.
SpaghettiOs.
Thanks for the Mikey Smith reference.
No, it's not this one. Sorry, there's too many. I do have the other book. Oh wait, is it that one? Hold on.
I don't have any snacks.
Why don't you have snacks?
Oh no.
I should have got snacks and I didn't get snacks.
It's actually because this one's actually quite good. That's the one I looked at first, and I thought maybe that was it.
I gotta.
Are you making me big?
Yeah, I'm gonna make you big.
Oh, okay. So I thought he was getting it from this one, which is the New International Dictionary of Old Testament Theology and Exegesis, but the abbreviation for that is NIDOTTE. But I'm tired. It was daylight savings time. What he's actually getting this from is this one. This is the Theological Word Book of the Old Testament. Look at the editors there. We got R. Laird Harris, Gleason Archer, and Bruce Walke. Published by. You probably can't see that, but this is fun.
Not really.
It's Moody. It's Moody Press.
Oh, okay, yeah.
The Moody Bible Institute, and this was published in 1980.
Oof.
Which, I mean, for a reference work isn't terrible, but it's not the best.
Tree Clam
So,
Tat for
as
$2
you could
says.
tell- No, I was just going to say, you notice I picked up this book from sorry, I'll go over here from these shelves here.
Okay.
Right, which is where I keep some pretty important books that I use quite a lot. I grabbed this book from those. Oh, where am I here? From those shelves down there, which are books that I almost never use.
Right.
So,
Tree Clam Tat for $2 says Kip is doing a Wes Huff and failing
badly,
yeah.
badly at it. So
yeah, Wes Huff does
there
like
can
to
be
be like,
only
oh,
one.
I have that book, and he just grabs it.
So, but you know what? I feel like I'm failing upwards because when Wes Huff grabs the book and then makes a point, he will then often follow it up with nonsense.
And this is 821. After the flood, the Lord smelled a sweet savor, and that was
He smelled
Nehoah.
a sweet savor.
The Lord, much like me, enjoys the smell of cooking meat.
Sure does.
I mean, that is what's going on there. He's smelling the meat being burned up on the altar.
It does. So, but it also, like, it very typically, we're told that he smells it and it makes him not angry anymore.
Yeah.
So, but you're probably not angry all the time, Dapper. Unlike.
Okay, but if I were angry right now, and then someone was like, "Boom, big old steak."
Meat. Yeah, make you less
If
angry.
they gave you the steak, if you just got to smell it and you didn't get it, then it would
that might make you more angry.
No,
if you're only getting to
no. You know what? I'm going to come up with my own line of beef product scented candles. There would be steak and like roast beef and meatloaf scented. And yeah, I'm gonna market it to the manosphere because they're the only people who are dumb enough to buy a steak scented candle.
Have you seen the one with cinnamon buns?
I would buy a cinnamon bun candle.
Yeah, but that's just cruel.
It's like the cookie scented candles that realtors use to make it smell like cookies in houses.
Noah made a Nehoah. He made a soothing aroma to the Lord from.
Okay, is it his accent? Because like that's a knee. Yeah, Hoa. But he's saying Nehoah. Is that just him not knowing Hebrew?
I think so.
Okay.
I think he's just reading the transliterations.
But he's not even reading those well.
No.
Like it doesn't say Nehoah. The transliteration says
no.
Ni ho ach.
Ah. Yeah.
Okay. My guy, learn some. I shouldn't be better at Hebrew than you. Stop letting me be better at Hebrew than you. Do you know how I learned any bit of Hebrew? I found a Hebrew grammar in the church library when I was a kid. That's where pretty much all of my Hebrew comes from.
Nerd.
Yes.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I'm not pretending not to be a nerd, but yeah, I checked it out.
I'm saying that as I'm flipping through Dungeons and Dragons books.
Yeah. But yeah, I was a kid in high school and I was like, oh, look, a book on Hebrew grammar. And then I opened it and I started reading through it. That's how I know any of my Hebrew, which is not much. Don't get me wrong. But dude, the guy who picked up a Hebrew grammar in high school, like 20 years ago, yeah, more than 20 years ago, shouldn't be better at Hebrew than you.
Yeah.
Tree Clam Tat for $2 says, often is very generous, get residual sympathy. And then for $5, Metageeky Platypus Librarian says, thoughts in a journal for the study of the Old Testament. That's the only place I can find a publication from Cox in a peer-reviewed non-Young Earth Creationist journal.
Oh, okay.
Is that like a reputable place?
Yeah, no, that's legit.
Okay, that's fair. I mean, look, Young Earth Creationists do fairly regularly publish in real journals. It's just that it's never stuff that actually matters to Young Earth Creationism.
Right.
So, yeah.
Also, I'll say this because I encounter this quite a bit, and I feel like my field is unique in this regard, where because of the close relationship between like theology and like proper critical biblical studies, and it just like there was so much cross pollination for so long, and I mean there kind of still is. You have to be. It's very difficult for like a lay person to approach a source and recognize whether it's any good, because a publisher like Erdman's will publish a very like high quality academic material, and then turn around and also publish like pastors' resources for preaching sermons and things like that. So what ends up happening, like this is something I'm critical of. I'm going to do it again. I'm going to mention Richard Carrier again. This is something I'm fiercely critical of Richard Carrier for, is his failure to recognize that half the sources that he used for reconstructing his model of Christian origins are like theological and homiletical literature that's published by like reputable publishers, but because he's not familiar with the field or how it works, he doesn't have the instincts even to recognize the differences. So all that to say, in something like JSOT, you'll get tons of quality scholarship, but it's also unsurprising if some, theology or something more devotional might slip through every now and then.
Yeah. Here's the thing that preaches well, but it might not be super well supported in the data.
Yep.
His sacrifice right after the flood, and that's when God renewed the covenant with Noah, the animals, and humankind.
Renewed or made? I feel like he was making a new covenant with Noah, not renewing an old covenant, but maybe I'm wrong about that. Kip, you're our resident Bible guy.
I got distracted because Metal Geeky Platypus posted the link in your Discord. Sorry, what was that again?
When there's a covenant with Noah after the flood, I feel like that was a new covenant, not a renewal of an old covenant.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. It's I mean, I'd have to. We just read this in my Hebrew readings group. I'd have to look at it again, but I'm quite sure that's correct.
Tree Clam Tad for $2 says Bart Ehrman went to Moody. It's hard to parse.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All
yeah. But then he, he went from Moody to Princeton, and while he was at Princeton, he went, oh, right.
I mean, I believe you. I don't know enough of his biography to assess that. I just know that at first, when I thought that basically his ideas were just like, there doesn't really need to be a guy. I think that maybe just people making it up makes more sense. When I thought that was his argument, I was like, yeah, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. But then when I realized that his actual argument was like cosmic sperm banks and celestial messiahs and all this stuff that is just nowhere at all anywhere, I was like, oh, I was being super generous to Richard Carrier's argument when I just didn't know what they were. And I actually looked into it a little bit because someone was like, we're just not familiar with his arguments. I was like, oh, that's true? I mean, yeah. And then I looked into it and I was like, oh, this is so much worse.
Oh, yeah. It's worse.
So much worse.
And Genesis 8, verse 4, there's a pun made on Noah's name with resting place or rest. The ark rested in the 7th month.
I mean, okay, I'm happy for all these to be puns, but dude, what does that have to do with the meaning of his name? Because you're telling us that your argument is going to be, I'm going to connect the meanings of the names of the Hebrew characters to the meanings of the names in the Ogdoad, and therefore make some kind of connection that these are actually like legendary remembrances of historical characters from the Bible by the Egyptians. But puns aren't going to get us there, buddy. You need to do something more than give us a pun. And if you're saying that these are actually all like etymological relations to this, or somehow factoring into the semantic range of Noah as a word, like, how are you getting there? Just listing off a bunch of words that have nun and chet, or chet, if you will, that doesn't help us. Don't call it chet, anyone. If you call it chet, you will immediately show that you don't know the very first thing about Hebrew, which is to say the alphabet.
I just want to... I'll point this out too, because I was looking at that going, nach is what he has here as the transliteration for this word.
It looks like it's nuch,
in Genesis 8,
or not. Or
yeah, so what it's because it's the third feminine singular imperfect verb, right? So it's with the vav consecutive, it's vatanach from the root noch, noon, vav, het, right? So yeah.
Okay. Which is yet a third, or actually I guess a fourth root that we have here now. So that's fun.
Yeah.
Cool. In case you guys don't know, in Semitic languages, these roots are very, very much at the like a fundamental level of the language, and words that do not share a root, they don't share an etymology. Like, that's just a a pretty hard and fast rule for Semitic linguistics is if they don't share a root, they don't share an etymology. Unless they don't have a root because they're borrowed words from a second language. Like if two different words, like if like Hebrew and Akkadian both separately borrowed some like Egyptian word, then cool, they won't share a root because they don't have a root, but they are still connected. So like, except for cases like that, it's a pretty hard and fast rule that no shared root, no shared etymology. Tree Clam Tat for $2 says, gonna call it Chet because it's Maskchesh. I don't know that I get that pun on that one. I bet Chesh does though. Let's see. Let's update that funding.
It's changing the end of the word to make me masculine or feminine.
Oh, there you go. That's all it takes to change the end of a word. Well, you're better than I am.
Imagine being trans being that easy.
Yeah, you just change the ending of
the end of your name.
Yeah. I bet there are a lot of trans people in the audience right now who wish it were as easy as just adding a feminine ending to the end of their name or taking one off and transition done.
To be honest, I think that's a pretty solid way to do a social transition. Like that's a pretty like if that was like, hey, listen, this is your get like do it quick. Like you know how there's a quick build for a character. It's like listen, just if you just want to do a quick social transition, just switch the ending of your name to add an A at the end of it or whatever.
There you go.
That should be super socially acceptable.
Yeah.
On the 17th
Do you want
day
me?
of the
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just I just pulled up the this article that he wrote for the Journal for the Study of the Old Testament, which is called "The Hymn of Amos: An Ancient Flood Narrative." And I'll just read the abstract here.
Okay.
It's a comparison of Amos with Sumerian City Lament. And it reveals that the Sumerian City Lament was likely used as the literary template for Amos's prophecy. Amos also contains references to the flood, used as a covenant curse to warn Israel of her treaty violations. This article compares these flood passages, 4:13, 5:8 plus 9, 8:8, and 9:5:6, described by scholars as hymnic, with Sumerian City Lament, Genesis flood account, and Job 9:5-10. A similar flood-like hymn in order to determine common vocabulary and themes. So analyzing the Amos hymns vocabulary roots reveals an ancient narrative source. Exploration of the passage's literary connections to Amos in terms of a flood covenant curse demonstrates why such literature was utilized. This article also discusses a new proposal that Amos's hymn should be extended to incorporate a fragment at 7 verse 4. So,
I mean, that doesn't sound immediately ridiculous.
No, not at all.
But it also doesn't sound like this guy knows much about Egyptian, because if that's his one publication that we can find, it has nothing to do with Egyptian.
It sure doesn't, does it?
It also sounds like he should be better at Hebrew than this.
Yeah.
So I'm
He's presenting himself as if he should be better at Hebrew than this.
Right. And it's not like I have a high bar for how good at Hebrew you should be, because I'm not very good at Hebrew.
month on the mountains of Ararat. So Noah's name means rest or comfort, and the ark rest.
No, it doesn't mean that. It was used as a pun.
You made that up
several times with that connection, but that doesn't mean it means that.
Yeah, but let's give him this one.
Okay,
like,
for sure.
Yeah, there's puns, there's like ideas or like keywords that maybe were connected to Noah in that text. But now let him go on and see what he does to that in Egyptian.
All right.
It's kind of hilarious.
Before that, we're going to read a super chat from Landon Knoll, who says AIG is for $5. Who says AIG is as useful as a shelf of Strong's concordances.
Brilliant.
Congratulations on 15K Dapper Dinosaur with a T-Rex emoji. Please all say it once. Hashtag. You guys ready?
Abolish fucking
eyes.
Nice.
That was pretty.
We're so coordinated.
Yeah.
Aren't we awesome?
Look, that's about as good as you're going to get on an online chat room where there's different amounts of delay depending on where people are. Actually, I talked about this, I think 2 streams ago. Like, you can find like online choirs, but they don't sing together. They all sing their parts separately, and then someone comes in and stitches them together on top of each other because there's too much delay. You can't do coordinated stuff like that online. All right, where's my mouse? There's my mouse.
Rested on the mountains of Ararat. And remember that Noah sent out a dove.
I'm sorry. I agree that the previous ones were puns. This is not a pun.
Nope.
No.
Is he trying to say? Is he trying to say it is?
Do you
think it's because?
Yeah. The only thing he has is that there's a noon in both of them, but that's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
But you know what? He's also probably looking at the hay and thinking that the hay is close enough to a chet that
Which it's not.
It counts.
That's not how that works. The only reason you think that might work is because your first language doesn't have the h sound, and so you tend to say it as a h sound because it's the closest one you've got.
Yeah.
Which means basically he's like, hey, if I assume that ancient Hebrews had an English accent, then this kind of sounds like a pun.
In the Aramaic alphabet, they can in the Aramaic alphabet from certain periods they can look quite similar.
Yeah, but they're not similar sounds.
No, that's true.
It's like saying that I and L are similar because in certain contexts it's hard to tell in certain fonts whether I or L is intended in English. That doesn't mean that you can just say that that's a pun based on that fact. Yeah, no, this is not a pun, my dude. Sorry.
Or I prefer to think of the the old English letter that looked like an F that makes like
the
an
long
S sound.
Yeah, the long S.
Yeah. It's kind of like I don't know. It's kind of like that. I think.
Yeah, this
or in the way that the I don't remember what this one is called either. The long German S that looks like a B.
Yeah.
Right.
It's a double S.
Like that.
Yeah. Which didn't they recently come up with an official capital letter for that?
Yeah, but we don't use it.
Ah, boo.
I mean, there's not really any word where you put an SZ or sharpest S at the start.
Sure.
But what if you want to type in all caps?
And you just type it as usual?
Was it a pigeon? And that dove found no rest for its foot. And the dove in Hebrew is a yona. So nah.
It doesn't say yona. I don't believe he's even looking at the transliteration. There's no way you would mix that up there.
No, I don't think so. You're right.
I think he's just making this up as he goes.
Again, the pun is being made on
it's not.
Dove.
No, it's not.
So I mean, this is here. I'll let you be the judge because this is how it reads in Hebrew. V'lo matzah hayona manoach lekaf ragla. So I don't know. I mean,
I don't think that's a pun.
I don't think so either.
No.
But it's kind of rhythmic-y.
Yeah, that's fair, but that's like having a meter isn't the same thing as having a pun.
Sure, it's true.
Those are separate literary devices.
Yeah.
Rest there. And later in Exodus, we also have another.
No, again, not even a het, dude. It's not.
The no.
I'm just gonna hit play.
That semantic
and just say no.
In Hebrew, where there's the idea of dwelling or abiding.
Dude, you don't get to say that anytime there's a nun, a vav, and either a het or a hey in a word, that somehow that's a pun for Noah. And in fact, even if you do say that, the dove still doesn't count because the vav is in the wrong place. But whatever.
Why are we connecting this to Exodus 15 in the first place?
I think he's just trying to pad out the text. It's like he's an undergrad who's like, oh man, my essay is a page and a half too short.
Yeah.
Let me just add in as many examples, put in more footnotes so that the portion of the page that's footnotes extends. We've got a few super chats here. Let's see. Tree Clam Tat for $5 says, I watched a video recently where the host was pronouncing Barkus. as
Probably.
war cub, and I wanted to die every time. War cub? Yeah, no, that's bad. Like, I don't speak German, but I know
They
enough.
just thought that was a B, did they?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
it kind of looks like a bee.
I mean, it does, but like, my guy, no.
When I was younger, I thought it was a B.
Well, sure,
Like, but I think
you
I was
know,
in high school.
kids are dumb.
Yeah.
Okay. And then Fits of Rage for $2 says, did ancient Hebrews claim to be Aleph wolves? Oh, no. Oh, I hate it.
Well, that's a pun, and then
It-
that means we have
it
to
is a
now go
pun.
on this entire adventure to go and pretend that it's associated to the Omegaverse.
No, we don't.
And then going down
No.
how a Dapper's a furry. Congratulations.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, if
And
anything, I'd be
actually,
a scaly.
Wouldn't that make them?
No,
Wouldn't
your
that make them
personal
like
preference.
bulldogs?
You are for scalies. Scalies are attracted to you. That doesn't mean you are attracted to other scalies.
This is too complicated. I don't want to have to go into it. And I'm trying my best to not understand the Omegaverse. And not everyone is making that easy for me.
I'm just giving him a hard time, by the way.
And also one of the people who's making it harder for me to, in my attempt to not understand it.
Yes, correct. On purpose.
Vish isn't
Intentionally.
helping either.
Good.
Where God guides Israel to his holy habitation, Naweh. So those similar sounding words in Hebrew
Are actually not all that similar sounding once you get past the first two.
help us to understand the meaning of Noah's name.
No!
We
No,
can
they
also repeat that with Shem, Ham, and Japheth, but
Oh,
we don't
good.
have
Oh,
time to
good.
do all of that tonight.
Thank God.
Oh.
So
Okay,
we'll just
phew.
I feel
concentrate
like
on
this
Noah.
name thing is doing a lot of heavy lifting.
A lot that it can't
For no
actually
reason.
lift. Yeah, this is...
You don't even need it. Like, why?
Yep. Let him keep doing. It's
So
gonna get
let's
worse.
ask ourselves
good.
a question. So this is question 1. Are there ancient Egyptian personal and divine names that are identical or similar phonetically to Noah and sons? What
Well, given that ancient Egyptian and ancient Hebrew have similar phonologies, I'm going to go ahead and just say yes. That
Yes.
it would be surprising if there weren't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also,
It's
like Nun and Wav and Her, those are like pretty common letters.
yeah.
They show up.
It'd be kind of like asking, hey, do you think that Swedish and Norwegian have any personal names that are similar or identical? Yeah, probably. Mm-hmm.
Do you
Yep.
think that there's more than one person in English named Steve?
But the question is, the fact that these two languages have similar phonologies doesn't get you to the therefore people with similar sounding names are actually the same guy. That's not a line you can draw. At least not directly.
What?
It can be a link in the chain of evidence connecting these two figures, right? It can be there, but it's not sufficient.
Yeah, and he didn't even find anything useful.
do I mean by that? Phonetically, it means the sound of the names.
Yes, we've been to high school, buddy.
So would you expect to find a name that sounds like Hebrew Noah in ancient Egypt? Or
Yes. Why wouldn't I? Ancient Egyptian and Hebrew have basically one-to-one correspondence in all their consonants. I'm not having trouble thinking of a consonant in one that isn't in the other. And like L. There's no L in Middle Egyptian and Old Egyptian.
Yep.
So that's the only one I can find. And it's not in Noah anyway.
Does Hebrew have the two different ch sounds, like the ch and the h, as two different ones?
No.
I don't think so.
Because Egyptian has that.
Okay, so
They have the
Egyptian
ch and the h.
Egyptian is missing the L, but it has the palatal H, as well as the what is it? The chet. So it also has a chet. So yeah, that's one
I
difference.
don't know what that's called in like linguistics.
Yeah. So okay, so there's one consonant that we've identified that Hebrew doesn't have, that Egyptian has, and then vice versa. There's one consonant we found that Hebrew does have and Egyptian doesn't. Okay. So I need you guys to understand that's a very, very similar phonology. All but two consonants are shared one-to-one across. Do you think there's going to be any similar names? Yeah, I do.
Or Hebrew Shem, or Hebrew Japheth, or Hebrew Ham in ancient Egyptian. And believe it or not, you do. So this is evidence that I looked for.
Oh, good.
And I looked in the oldest kingdom texts, and you find words like these. These are personal names. Okay, these are personal names. So Gavin is my personal name. So a personal name in ancient Egyptian in the Old Kingdom would be Nu, or Nui, or Nunu, or Nuah cow. So
Nunu's a League of Legends character.
I also want to point out, we don't know how these were vocalized.
Nope, not really.
All we're getting
I would like to point out that the first three don't have the H sound.
Yeah, there's no het anywhere there, yeah.
I feel like that one's kind of important.
You would think so. Only the fourth one actually has it. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say that none of these are identical to Noah, and only the fourth one comes even close to having something that could have been Noah in it. But even then, that's assuming that the W there is actually doing like the matras lectiones thing, which we don't have good reason to think it was doing. So like, yeah, that's probably another consonant and not... Now, in Egyptological pronunciation, which is basically just a method of convenience for pronouncing these words that does not well correlate to how they were pronounced, yeah, we tend to replace the W with an U sound so that we can get a pronounceable set of characters. But in actual Egyptian, that was a W. So
yeah, and we know very little about where the vowels go. There's some reconstructions that have some good ideas, but fact is we're not sure. And of course, it changes over time. So the question is, which Egyptian are we talking about?
And like, so like we go for that second one that he's pronouncing Nui. That's a reasonable Egyptological reconstruction, right? But the actual word could have been Noia. It could have been Naui. There's so many options that we don't know what the vocalization could have been. So it could have sounded absolutely nothing like Noah.
Inui. I think the current reconstruction for the goddess Bastet is actually Ubasti, putting another vowel in front of the word that wasn't written down. So,
yep. So yeah, no, we don't know that these are similar. They have a few similar consonants. That's all we got. But also, the vav in Noach isn't a consonant. It's there to as a matras lectiones, which is basically in abjads. As time goes on, sometimes the people using the abjad, which is just an alphabet that doesn't bother with vowels, right? Sometimes the users of that abjad will decide that certain characters that are consonant characters that are pronounced in a place similar to where a vowel is pronounced might be useful to stand in for especially important vowels, usually long vowels, right? So in Hebrew, vav does this for an U and an O sound. Just like wow, which is the correlating letter in Arabic, does it for an U sound. And Aleph can stand in for an Ah sound, just like Aleph does in Arabic sometimes stand in for an Ah sound. But we don't have any evidence of Egyptian doing this at any point in hieroglyphics. So like...
Yeah. I mean, they might. They have some, like, they have a wa and a ya and a...
Yeah, they have the right consonants for it.
And an ah, but yeah, we're not sure.
Yeah.
We can do some reconstructions, but there's nothing that's really can be said with any level of certainty.
Mm-hmm. But no, you don't get it. That was pronounced Nu. That's just how it was pronounced. Because Gavin says so. And because it would make his argument easier.
This one there, Noah, is phonetically identical to Hebrew Noah.
That is not a claim you can make.
No.
It could be.
Especially not for the 6th dynasty.
Right. It's something that could be, but it's more likely it wasn't, and you can't make the claim because you don't have that evidence.
So there are phonetically identical and phonetically similar personal names to Hebrew Noah. So that might be a big surprise to you.
It wouldn't be a surprise if you had shown it to me, but you haven't. That's not a thing you did, Gavin. You don't... for a while I was like, I should find more language-based content because that's another interest of mine that I don't get to talk about much more. Maybe I shouldn't have. Maybe that was a mistake.
Regret, he says.
Yes, I am now full of regret. I am become regret.
Rigor.
There are Egyptian ancient personal names that sound just like Hebrew Noah.
Maybe.
So
Your face sounds
are
like
there
Hebrew
divine
Noah.
names that sound like that? And yes, there are. So these names were translated.
Same problem. Exact same problem. We don't actually know how these are pronounced. Also,
and there's nowhere.
why are
Just you.
wait? Why
It's
are
missing the second consonant, like the important one.
and also why are we doing different directions for the reading? Some of these hieroglyphics names he's got are going left to right, and some of them are going right to left, and I'm very confused by this.
Maybe I can convince
Right.
Dapper to do a lecture on linguistics.
Okay, so
Two on the bottom are flipped.
yeah, so if you're looking at a text in Egyptian hieroglyphics and you want to know which way it's going to read, first of all, if it's in columns, it's going top to bottom as the initial reading direction, right? But whether it's in columns or in rows, to figure out if it's going from right to left, so either from right to left, top to bottom, or top to bottom, right to left, or vice versa, you look which way the animals and people are facing. They face towards the beginning of the text. So in the top one, that little quail chick is facing to the left, so that's being written left to right. In the bottom two, we've got a person and a what bird is that?
It's a swallow from where?
Oh, okay, yeah. They're facing toward the right, so you're reading that right to left. But like
Dapper Sapphire in the chat's got you pegged. Dapper, I have made another of my interests into a source of rage. Get gotten.
Yep, you got me. That is just the story of my life. Mm.
Hey, I like this thing. Now make me hate it.
Yeah. And by the way, I believe that all the three divine names he has identified there is all the same deity with slight variations.
Yeah, it does look like that. In fact, even in 2 and 4, we're getting a repeat of the exact same signs, even though that's not necessary for the writing. Yeah. Lieutenant Math Navigator for $2 says, just got here, and what madness is this? Oh, this guy is telling us that the 8 important Egyptian deities were actually the 8 people on the Ark for some reason. And his argument so far has been, if I can identify a few real and a few not real puns to do with the name Noah in Hebrew, and then identify a few names in Egyptian that have some of those same consonants, I can import the meanings from the puns onto potential meanings from the Egyptian that he hasn't actually given us yet, which I don't know if I need to describe to you why that's just an incredibly dumb idea. Very, very dumb.
Or transferred into divine names. So Nui, Nunu, Nu, or Nuwuwer. That's the great nun. And so these names.
Hold on. Doesn't that... It's been a while, but I don't remember that sparrow being associated with great. I remember that sparrow being associated with smallness.
Yes, but the two birds look very, very similar. You have if it has like a forked tail, it's a swallow, and that's big. And if it has a roundish tail, it's a sparrow, and it's small.
Got it. Okay. Like I said,
but they look
been
very
a while.
similar, and that this is very confusing. Yes.
Okay. All right. I thought I was going a little crazy for a second.
Exist from the Old Kingdom, that's the most ancient texts, right through to the New Kingdom and Roman periods. So this is one of our first predictions here coming true, that there are personal names that sound just like Noah and divine names. So these are translated into divine names. So the second question is, are there ancient Egyptian personal and divine names with identical or similar semantic meanings to Noah and his sons?
Oh, it's a semantic
Obviously,
argument, is it?
And of course, remember that he's expanded the actual semantic range for Noah into all of the potential puns that he identified, many of which weren't actual puns on the name Noah.
Yep.
So He's already stacking the deck in his favor in an absurd way. Templar Warden
Yeah,
for
it's
5
really
Kiwi
wobbly.
bucks says sounds like is alongside looks like as the pinnacle of evidence. Godzilla emoji. It's true. Pareidolia is not just a visual phenomenon. It can happen with auditory things. It can happen with a lot of things. In fact, actually, one of my favorite examples of an auditory pareidolia is EVP from ghost shows, right? They'll record some recording, right? And play it back at super high volume, and they'll put this little like text on it. It's like, do you hear it? It's saying this thing. What I want you to do is, if you ever watch a ghost show, before they put that text up there, just close your eyes and listen. And think what you think it might sound like. Then open your eyes and rewind a little bit to see what the text says. I can almost guarantee you will not match the text that you thought of, like the words that you thought of, with what they thought of. Because that's not actually a voice. It's the same thing that happens like when people are like waking up and you're still in sort of that imaginative dreamlike state, and like little shadows or sounds can look like people or sound like words, and like it's not actually real. It's just your brain being overactive at pattern seeking. That's it. And it's normal. But what's not normal is to think that then that means that everything is whatever it looks or sounds like. That's not normal. That island is not actually a petrified dolphin, Roger.
Sharing the phonetic similarities. So do they sound the same and do they mean the same? That's basically the long way of if it sounds like a duck, looks like a duck, then it must be a duck. So that's the same method.
No.
And again, I looked for the roots in ancient Egyptian language.
I don't believe you, because you didn't look for the roots in the Hebrew language, and they're easier to find because we have more data. So I don't believe that you even bothered with the Egyptian language, because also let's remember, this guy, his only academic publication doesn't involve Egyptian in the first place. So I'm very skeptical that he actually has formal Egyptology training.
For the sounding new sounds, and do they carry the same semantic range as the Hebrew meaning of Noah's name? So I looked hard and I found...
I'm sorry, did you say the semantic range?
Yeah. That's a normal term.
In this context?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Someone's not a linguist.
Yeah. Someone.
It's me.
Allegedly you, yeah.
Different meanings.
So if you look at his list, check how many of these words have like a h sound that is not actually the h from Noah.
It's most of the ones with...
And it's in front, he switched it.
Yeah, so if you guys can see that the H with the little like half moon under it, or the crescent moon shape.
Dapper,
yes.
Dapper,
not
could you do me a favor and look at what that list looks like on the screen?
Oh, yeah, that looks like chaos. That's weird. Okay, I'll fix that. Give me a second. Sorry about that. All right.
What?
Give me a second. I'll go fix that.
You're so
what has
welcome.
happened?
Yeah.
You want me to screenshot it for you, Kip?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
This is on the... Oh, okay. Cool.
This is what it currently looks like on stream. So he's telling everybody to go look at this.
There we go.
And this is what it looks like.
Really.
Yeah, sorry. That's better. I didn't realize that all of his slides were going to be monochromatic, and therefore mess with my keying. Okay, so sorry about that. Lieutenant Math Navigator for $5 says, if it sounds like a duck, it must be a fuck. I don't give this guy... sorry, if it sounds like a duck, it must be a fuck. I don't give about this guy's hallucinations. There we go. Good one. So yeah, in case you're wondering...
It looks like the Epstein files.
So when you're transliterating Egyptian, right, there's a few different H's that you can use. There's one that's just the regular H, which sounds like the English H. There's the one with the little like crescent under it, that's where that's facing up. Yeah. Then there's the one with the dot under it, and that's going to be your... Which means
that's the one we need for Noah, right?
Yeah, we need the for Noah. But instead he's giving us the palatal.
H's with the dots below it. And if you find any that has like a underlined stroke below it, that's the h. That's the other sound.
Yeah, so like this one right here, resting place abode. he's putting this in here, but let's remember how he's getting here. First of all, he's trying to base this on the word Noach. Okay, but then he's using a pun from resting place that we already saw didn't actually work because it's the wrong H sound anyway. Then he's using this word, kinu, sorry, that not only does it have the wrong H, again, a third wrong H, a third wrong one,
again.
and it's at the wrong place in the word in the first place. And also, we don't know what vowels were going to be in there, so we have no actual way to say whether or not this actually sounds much like Noach, which we already know it doesn't because it's Inu. Like, none of this works. None of it. Also, apparently he's just assuming that Nu is a root, I guess, for the following, which you don't get to assume that. You need to demonstrate. If you want to say that that's something that we should take as a thing that's true, you need to give evidence for that. You can't just be like, well, look, a whole bunch of words with the N and the W consonants, they have some similar meanings. Okay, cool. And there's a lot of words in Egyptian. A lot of them have those consonants. What? You can't just say that they have these consonants, so therefore they must be related. All right, I'm gonna hit play, but we're actually gonna be taking a quick break because I am out of beverage, and that's unacceptable. And I am in fact gonna have to switch to something harder because this is dumb.
Because this guy is unacceptable?
Yeah, this is real dumb. Oh, I do want to see that. Did he switch directions? He did. At least one of them. The second from the bottom is switched directions again.
Yay!
Come on. If you looked that up in a dictionary, they would have been all in the same direction in the same dictionary.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how can you even get this wrong?
I really like the idea that he's just flipping words around backwards because I like to think about it in like a language I understand.
But
so I'm just imagining he's like writing words backwards in his chart for no fucking reason, which seems to be what he's doing.
It also says to me that this guy probably isn't actually someone who can read any of these signs.
Yeah,
I don't know. He's getting most of it. Like, I mean, he could have just looked it up.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think he looked these words up in a lexicon and then just copied them. And I think he might have gotten a few of them from different lexicons, which explains why some of them are reversed. Because some lexicons will write... Because the thing is, there's no one right direction to write Egyptian. You just have to be consistent within a single inscription, right?
Yeah, but if you take it from a dictionary, they usually just write them left to right for convenience.
Yeah, usually. But it could be that he has some lexical source that's going right to left. Or it could also be that he's looking at a transliterated inscription in which the writing direction is preserved in like the line drawing of the hieroglyphics, and then he's just cutting out bits. It could be that, but at that point he would have to be getting the word boundaries right.
I don't think so because he does have citations on the left, and they say Wörterbuch.
Oh,
I kind of guess he's getting them from Hanek, perhaps.
So then what explains the
flipping? They were from the old. I mean, there's like two famous German Egyptian dictionaries. The one is the really old one from Ehrman, but that one is actually hand-drawn hieroglyphs, and these are printed. And the newer one is the Hanek one. He could be taking this from Hanek, but then that doesn't explain how it somehow got
all right.
flipped.
Well, it's a mystery so far as to why it's flipped. Also, I think our fourth one down, Hitnu, is also going left to right, if I remember correctly, because I think that isn't that like a beheaded goat? Or sheep?
Yep.
Yeah, and it's facing to the left. Yeah, so yeah, that's also going left to right.
Going left to right.
It doesn't actually affect the argument, but like, dude, have some consistency. Fits of Rage for $2 says,
I think it affects the way you view how he's talking about this.
Oh yeah,
sure.
It makes him look like someone who has no clue what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah. It would be worse if it were Hebrew, where there is a one correct direction. But Fits of Rage for $2 says, if it looks like a duck, might be Nathan Thompson. Yeah, that's true.
And he waddled away.
we need a rubber suit to protect us from the radiation, so we got these rubber duck suits. Lieutenant Math Navigator for $2 says, Egyptian as she spoke.
Yes.
All right.
Oh, no.
He just found a dictionary and started copying stuff.
We are at about the 2-hour mark. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take a quick break. I'm going to get myself I'm just going to fill this with margarita, like all the way up. Well, there's going to be ice there too, but Except no, because abolish ice. Except I want my drink to be cold. So sorry, everybody. And then we will be right back.
Real ice, not fake ice.
Yeah, real ice, the actual frozen water, not the initialism or acronym. No, I guess it would be an acronym. Anyway, who cares?
Yeah.
First of all, because people who are pedantic about the difference between initialisms and acronyms are just annoying.
That's me.
True.
There you go. And yeah, we'll be right back with more Egyptian nonsense, or nonsense about Egyptian actually, because no Egyptian would be doing this. They're better than that.
Meh.
All right, so yeah, we'll be right back. Okay, I am back. Egyptomaniac is back. Chesh and Kip, the hangers-on, the third and fourth wheel, if you will. Which I guess would just make this a car, which makes sense. Anyway, they're not back yet because they're slow and ineffective. And yeah. So let's.
It's not fair. It's not my fault. I have to take my pants all the way off to pee.
You should be able to put them around your ankles, Chesh.
No, my dick's too big.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
Things I didn't need to know.
I want to point out, you were the one who first brought up penises.
They are in the sources. What can I do?
There's no way I'm the first person to bring up penises when we started this stream by talking about a god jerking off.
I was literally talking about Egyptomaniac when I said that. Not
Oh,
you.
I thought you meant me! I'm just so used to being targeted by Dapper. He's so mean to me all the time.
Always. At least we have Kip here, so I can be mean to both of you, because it's actually I'm mean to Canadians. That's the real rule.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Fair.
Lieutenant Matt's Navigator for $5 says,
the rule.
yes, I can't wait for this gentleman to enlighten us with his command of Egyptian idiotisms.
Yay!
This is so bad. I know I skimmed through this to see if it was something that I was going to be willing to like bother with at all, but like, this is worse than I thought.
Regret.
Entire semantic range and some more for new. So we have newer, the creator's concern for the world, and these come from all of the standard lexicons in ancient Egypt. So this is
all of them, because you only cited one, but whatever, who cares? I don't actually care.
all scholarly lexicon work that came from the
It's lexical work. The adjectival form of lexicon is lexical. Which, again, I'm starting to question your credential. Well, not starting. I'm deeper into questioning your credentials, Gavin. Because you might have a published paper, but my goodness, man, you don't know the word lexical. And you don't know how to print Egyptian hieroglyphics with a consistent facing.
translation of the pyramid texts. Nui, take care of. Khunu, place of present.
How is it he got Chenu right, but he can't get Noach? What? I'm going to take a big old sip of this margarita. It actually wasn't very big, whatever. I also didn't stir it very well. I'm going to stir this and let it hit play.
Place of residence. Khanui, home affairs, place of residence. Khani, settle down, alight, stop, rest. Nani, be weary, be inert, subside. Nuer or Nanu, none, or the new divine name.
You think he knows that none is just basically the word for water, and that's why the god is called that, because it's coming out of the... You think he knows that? No? Okay. Okay.
You think with all the all the puns he was looking up,
just like the ancient Canaanite deity of death, and the underworld is Mot, which is literally just death. That's the word.
Yeah, but if it doesn't help his argument, he's just ignoring it.
Okay.
Oh, of course.
Okay, but I bring it up because I'm pretty sure that there's no semantic or etymological connection between Nun, which just means water, and Noach, which doesn't mean water, and has different consonants and probably different vowels, although we don't know.
Am I picking up that any word that begins with the letter noon is just
or the
to
palatal H, the sound?
No, there's actually, if you check out the dictionary, there's a lot more Egyptian words that start with N. He's just randomly cherry picking the ones he likes.
Well, I think he's picking the ones that are connected to the meanings of the words that he listed previously as like paronomastic references to Noah. Okay. Because his argument seems to be that Noach is a word in Hebrew, and if I can connect that via these puns to a very wide semantic range, and then find words that I think sound similar enough in ancient Egyptian, but also fall roughly into that same semantic range as the expanded version that I got from the puns, then I can make a linguistic connection to anyone with any of those elements in their name, and therefore say, maybe that's Noah. Which, like, when I put it out, like, that's what the argument, like, even if at every step, the arguments we were making were true, like, we really could do that with the range of names. That still actually wouldn't be a very strong argument for identifying two characters with similar sounding names as the same guy, but he's also going at it with like really bad arguments for every step of the way. So like, this is just nothing. This is honestly amazing. Like the level of stretch.
Yeah, he's reached. This is Olympic level stretching going on here.
Mr. Fantastic could take lessons.
Yeah.
Nuid, an aromatic anointment. Nunu, weariness, inertness, tiredness. Niwi, to come to rest, and that's a particular flood name as well that's associated with the flood.
Danny Isinga for €6 says, "Is this guy a naked idiot?" Yeah, basically. Thank you very much.
The emperor's wearing no clothes, my friends.
Does he know that neck is the ancient Egyptian for like it's a bad word, a swear word?
Maybe. Or maybe it's Neket Yadet. Is that actually going to go? We're going for Egyptian?
I think so.
Neket Yadet, yeah. I don't actually know enough Egyptian.
I'm not sure which Yadet he's talking about. I might have to check out my dictionary.
All right, next time, Danny, I think actually get the what is it? The codes for the Egyptian hieroglyphics and type those in, because you can. Actually, I don't know. Someone copy paste Egyptian hieroglyphics into chat, because they have Unicode numbers, right? And a number of fonts support them, but I don't know if this one does. And then there's a bunch of Japanese, and I don't read any Japanese. That's not true. I read very, very little Japanese. So little that I don't know what that says. But thank you, Bitcourse, who's been a member for 37 months at the Amniote level. And also, you sent a Palachi Tunicate, which is gross and horrible, but you did set a Godzilla, so, like, I don't know, that evens it out. And I'll take a drink, even though we're not tracking drinks.
Does it? Is that how that works?
I'm not sure. Welcome back.
That was me hitting the wrong button.
That's okay. Tried to copy paste hieroglyphics, but YouTube wouldn't let me. Okay, that sucks. All right, next time, what I need you to do is put all of the Gardner sign list designations in a row. Nah, I'm kidding. Don't do that. Or do. Maybe Egyptomaniac would be okay with it. Yeah.
Yeah. I can decipher that if I need to.
I couldn't, because I don't have nearly enough of them memorized.
I would just look them up. I would just look them up.
Okay. Yeah. That's what I would have to do. I do remember like what some of the categories are, like A, B, C, and D, but like which sign is which number in which category, I don't fucking know. Like I know the D is like body parts, like human body parts. So like if it's a hand, I know it's gonna be D something or other.
So Niwi, canoe, resting place, abode, Manu, abode.
How are you putting an M in here? Why is M where in Noah is there a mem? No, Kip, help me out. Is there a mem in
It's close,
Noah?
right?
Wait,
it's just a mem, noon. They're right next to each other.
They don't look or sound the same. Lieutenant Matt,
it's close. It's close, Dapper.
No, it's not. No.
Did you know that in there's an exchange between Aramaic and Hebrew of mems and noons in certain instances? Maybe that's it.
Yeah, I guess maybe. Lieutenant Matt the Navigator for $5 says it doesn't bode well that he pronounces Egyptian words like a Scottish man trying to sound out Tuscaloosa. Yeah. There are certain phrases that it's always fun to hear Scottish people try to pronounce. Which I'm sure is true for all accents in English, but
Minute, dove or pigeon, and Nunu, primeval waters. So again, most of these are found in the Old Kingdom, and some exist right into the Second Intermediate period. And
it's almost like hieroglyphics were very conservative in terms of what vocabulary and grammar and signs they were using, unlike the spoken language, which diverged widely by the time of the New Kingdom. Almost like that. Right. Almost.
Almost.
Yeah, it's almost like by the time of the Middle Kingdom, there had been sort of a formalized literary version of the language that sort of mostly ossified in terms of hieroglyphics. Yeah, that's what's going on there. It's sort of like how in medieval Europe, pretty much everyone was using like a standardized version of Latin, even though in everyday language and everyday life, they were speaking like Middle French and Spanish and various Italic languages and Romanian and Romansh and Occitan and various things like that, which weren't mutually intelligible, and also weren't mutually intelligible with the Latin that people were using. But still, when you wrote a book, you wrote it in that standardized version of Latin that everyone learned at school. Well, by everyone, I mean everyone who, could afford to go to school, which was not everyone, but you get it. Middle Egyptian kind of did that in Egypt. And so that's why we get these words have gone right through from Old Egyptian into the New Kingdom. Yeah. Good job, buddy. You figured out how standard literary forms of a language work.
Hooray!
The Middle Kingdom
What a
and the
hero.
Ptolemaic periods. So that's a vast span of history that these names exist into. So what can we say? The summary for Noah is that he is equivalent to the Egyptian Nu.
Okay, I want to remember.
What if I say new, nay,
Noah
even?
Doesn't really have a meaning in Hebrew because it seems like it's just a loan word from another language that didn't bring with it the actual original meaning. It's just a proper noun now, right? It's like asking, hey, like my name's Timothy, right? What does Timothy mean? Like, yeah, you could go to the etymology from Greek, but that's not what the word Timothy means.
Right.
Yeah, it comes from a Greek phrase that means I honor God or the God. But no one says Timothy when they go to church when they're worshiping or something, because it's not what the word means. That's what the deal is with Noah. But Nu does mean something. It just means water. Does Noah mean water? No. Is it even connected to water? Could he even find a place where he connected it directly to water in a story about a flood? No. No, he didn't.
In a story about a flood.
This is so bad.
It's so bad.
So
yeah,
in
he really
Hebrew,
does look like
Nahum-
future Mel Gibson. Do you see
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
that? Why does Noah look like future Mel Gibson?
I think that looks like current Mel Gibson.
Yeah, for true.
I just found out that there was a woman who was fired from the Department of Justice for refusing to sign off on giving Mel Gibson back his gun rights after being convicted. And she was fired for that, so that someone else could do it.
Yes.
Because if there's one
Are you
thing that the
serious?
United States needs, it's Mel Gibson with rifles.
Yes.
Yep. Lieutenant Math Navigator for $2 says the man is a member of the Knights who say "new." Nice. That reminds me, I watched a few like people react to White and Nerdy from Weird Al recently.
Oh, yeah.
And it was very fun. And yeah, I connected because he has a line about the Monty Python and the Holy Grail. And the one that I found the most funny was this guy starts listening. He pauses right at the beginning. He's like, "This sounds like a chameleonaire." I'm like, yeah, man. There's a reason it sounds like a millionaire.
sorry, repent, regret, be comforted, or comfort or care for
Mhm.
is equivalent to Noah, creator's concern for the world.
Why? It has only one of the same letters. Dude, wait. How do you get from Naham to, we don't know how to vocalize it, but NWR as a series of consonants? Where's the connection other than the first letter? It's just not there.
Yep.
Why do I do this to
I
myself?
checked the dictionary. There is an Egyptian word that has the consonants N and H, but it means wish or prayer, and he doesn't mention it at all.
Of course not.
Of course. Naturally.
Nui, take care of. So Hebrew Nahwe means dwelling.
That doesn't say Nahwe. It says Nahwe.
No.
Which means I feel like we're already getting set up for something to be real stupid.
Hooray! Does that count as a prediction?
Yes.
Probably.
Khunu, place of residence. Khunu, home affairs, place of residence, or the inner sanctum.
Okay.
Okay, I
Yeah.
want to say something. There's this thing called historical linguistics, right? Which takes a look at how languages change diachronically over time. And there are a number of like things that tend to happen in terms of like sound changes and things like that, right? Like we have certain sound changes that we expect to happen in languages and certain ones that we don't expect. And by expect, I mean that you're unsurprised by. And by don't expect, I mean are unattested so far in like the annals of linguistics. And just transposing a random ass consonant from the very end of a word to the very beginning of the word is in that not expected category. We don't expect to go from Naweth to Chnu ever. That is not a normal thing that would happen. You would have to be doing something weird. There would have to be people like intentionally changing the language to do this kind of thing. Yeah. So I'm gonna go ahead and say that based on everything that anyone has ever said about historical linguistics, no, you can't get from there to there. Final Freak 56 for $5.
Literally everything all of the time.
Yeah, basically. Final Freak 56 for $5 says, "I'm not sure if this guy makes hand sewing the tiny ass gathers for a poofy 18th century shirt sleeve more tedious or less. Hopefully he makes it more really tedious and we make it less tedious. That's the goal. But that is very cool. All right, let me update the funding thingy here because we might get bent free pizza. It's possible. All right, here we go.
Chani, settle down, alight, stop, rest, manu, abode.
Also, I want to point out he's always using the normal like Latin lowercase I, but the actual Egyptological character has a little like crescent over the stem, not just a dot, and it's because it's not the vowel. If I remember correctly, we're not super confident on what the consonant is, but it's probably something like an English Y or like a German J.
Yep, something in that. And there's probably a difference on whether you have one or two of them.
Yeah. So
but we're not super certain, and it might change over time.
Yep.
Nehoah in Hebrew, quietening, soothing aroma. And this is beginning to sound a lot.
Which I remember, it was the wrong H at the end because it's just a feminine ending in the Hebrew. So, yeah. It is really hard for me to believe that this guy can possibly actually have the credentials he claims and also be honestly giving us this. That he doesn't know that this is bullshit, or he actually doesn't have the credentials he claims to. And because we found a published paper, I'm guessing he does have the credentials, which means I think he's just lying to us.
Like the Noah
Seems
of
like
the flood, isn't it? In the Egyptian, nuid, an aromatic ointment. Nah.
See, you missed an opportunity to pronounce that word nude, which is actually a more likely Egyptological pronunciation for NWD. And then it would have been more fun, buddy, because you could have said nude. So, like, this isn't a critique of the like argument. It's just like, dude, you missed a golden opportunity. But Splintered Orion for $20 says, "I just got here and have no idea what's going on, but I see a progress bar and I want it to go up." Well, thank you. In case you are in fact just joining us, I will give a little explanation. Gavin Cox claims to be some kind of person with Egyptological training, and he is making the argument that the 8 of the creator gods from some later Egyptian mythology are actually the 8 people on the ark from the Noah story in the Bible, and they're just like mythologized versions of these allegedly historical characters, according to him. And his argument so far is, if I take puns from Hebrew on the name Noah, not all of which are actually puns on the name Noah, and then write down what all of those words actually mean literally outside of the pun, then I can say that all those meanings are what Noah means. And then if I can find Egyptian words that have similar meanings and also have like 1 or 2 of the same consonants, then those are actually also connected to Noah. And then if I can find that one of those connects to a god with one of those names, therefore Noah is that god. And I feel like I don't actually need to explain to anyone why that's a really dumb argument. Plus, he's making it badly at every single step. Let's see. Lieutenant Math Navigator for $5 says, "Can Noah Arawak for device for getting the overconfident damp?" Because that's the etymology for canoe. Nice.
That is pretty great.
It is.
Resting place or rest. Nani, be weary, be inert, to subside. Nanui, weariness, inertness, tiredness. Nui, to come to rest. And that is an actual flood term. So the resting of the flood waters. Chani,
Actually, I just thought of something. Egyptomaniac, do we Do we know if we have any like actual well-supported cognates between Egyptian and Semitic languages? Because I don't know well enough either of those groups. So
That's a good question, but there's not a lot that I can think of.
okay,
I mean, there's probably a few like basic words, but there's not a lot of overlap in the vocabulary itself.
okay. Because I know that
I
in
would
terms
have
of
to look
like
that up.
grammatical categories and
The grammar is pretty
very similar,
close.
yeah.
Grammar and phonetics are pretty close to each other, but the actual like vocabulary, nah, not so much. There's a few loan words in both directions,
yeah,
but
okay, yeah.
and
One of the
I don't know.
mean-
Perhaps some basics like mother and father might
okay.
be a bit similar, but
Something that I just offhand here, like in my standard Hebrew lexicon, which is the Hebrew Aramaic lexicon of the Old Testament, I'm there probably is an abbreviation for an Egyptian or Egyptian in the like the etymology, but I almost never see it.
Wouldn't that be for
Almost.
loan words though? Mostly.
No, that's for the etymology, right?
I don't see why that
like
wouldn't then mean
the
loan words.
Well, because I mean they're not like in the same way that like words that have the same or a similar cognate in Akkadian aren't technically loan words. They're
Oh, you're saying like so not just in the
Right.
etymological, but in like the actual cognate section.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So it's I don't remember. Oh, what's that? Oh, there we go. Yeah, we've got one.
Okay, so there's a few cognates here and there, huh?
So there's a few,
okay, that's pretty
right? But
because I want to remember, like Hebrew and
I don't
Egyptian
think it's
share,
especially common though, right?
but Hebrew and Egyptian do share a common ancestor language, Proto-Afro-Asiatic, most
Yeah.
likely.
Yeah.
So, and I know I've said it before, but like some other languages in this family that aren't Semitic or Egyptian include like Berber and Hausa and a few others. So, I think the language that often in English gets called Somali, even though that's not very accurate because Somalia has more than one language that's common there. That's also Afro-Asiatic, if I remember correctly. So, yeah, it's probably one of the larger language families that is not Sino-Tibetan or Indo-European. I think it might be in like third or fourth place for like number of speakers. It's a pretty big one.
Resting place, abode. Yona in Hebrew, dove or pigeon. In Egyptian, there's a minute.
Not only is Yona nothing like Noah, but it's also nothing like minute. What are we?
Wow.
What are
Wow.
we doing?
Where did
here?
we just go? I'm so. Why?
I don't even know. There's a
Trying so hard and jumping through so many hoops to accomplish ostensibly nothing.
right.
Yep.
At the end of this, we're supposed to decide that the 8 creator gods from late Egyptian mythology are the 8 people from the Ark, and like, my guy, this is not a compelling argument at all. And even if it
Not
were
even close.
even if it were a compelling argument, you're doing a really shit job of making it.
Yeah. Also that.
Yeah.
Dove or pigeon. And Nu or Nunu means the primeval waters. So I think we can see there that the
Your computer is struggling with that transition.
Oh boy.
entire semantic range for the Hebrew meaning of Noah's name,
Which isn't real. Remember, he made that up.
And the points don't
is
matter.
actually translated into the Egyptian chief of the Ogdode called Nu. And we can again remind ourselves of all of that family.
Which again is something he actually made up. There are no sources that would give us this family tree.
This really okay.
Yeah. This family tree is something
Nice.
he imagined because he wants Nu to be Noah. And he wants Nonet to be Noah's wife, which is why she's called like Noah but feminine here.
So Amun, Kek, and He are supposed to be Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Is that
Yes.
We
is that
could
what
be
he's
That's
saying?
his
watching
idea.
The Mummy.
That would both be more fun for me and also much more likely to get my channel a copyright strike.
And also
And
probably more
more
accurate.
accurate.
In this kind
Yeah,
of-
and more. Yeah, okay.
More
The older
accurate,
Mummy
more
movie actually has a great reconstruction of ancient Egyptian pronunciation.
I remember that they like hired actual Egyptologists to work on that, didn't they?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
They worked really hard on it, yeah.
that's really cool. I'm always impressed
That
when
is,
when
yes.
movies take like language seriously, even if it's just going to the trouble of hiring someone to make a conlang. Like by far, my favorite thing about Thor 2 is that they had a constructed language for the Dark Elves. The rest of the movie is pretty trash, but I like that part. And Man of
Or
Steel.
how Mel Gibson hired scholars to do Aramaic pronunciation for his film.
What was that, the Passion of the Christ or Passion?
The Passion of the Christ, yeah.
I will also say that as actually probably my favorite part of that is that there is some use of like actual
Aramaic, like spoken Aramaic. Yeah, that was like
it's nice to hear.
That was the only thing that I appreciated about that film.
I also appreciated the Greek and Latin too.
Sure, that.
Although the Latin was very, very ecclesiastical and not a historical reconstruction, so that was a little weird. Because like you went to a lot of trouble to get like an authentic Aramaic pronunciation, but then you were just like, nah, ecclesiastical Latin from the late medieval period. That's fine. Like
It's the same.
Is
Same
it though?
thing, right?
It's not.
Yeah.
Which reminds me,
Close enough.
one of my back burner it would be nice kind of ideas would be like, so there's a TTRPG called Cohors Cthulhu, which is a Modifius Games made Call of Cthulhu game set in the 2nd century in like Roman Mediterranean area. And I think it would be fun to see if like Polymathy, Luke, the guy who does Latin and Greek content on YouTube, could get some of his Latin-speaking friends together and do a game of Cohors Cthulhu in Latin, where all the dialogue is in
That
the actual
would be
ancient
great.
languages, and then like later
Oh,
someone
yeah.
can come by with like subtitles.
Mm.
So
Oh, yeah.
that would be really cool. But I don't think he has the time or the interest to do that, and I don't know him that I could suggest it to him. But I just do think it would be very, very cool. I'm gonna hit play, even though this is going to be way more painful than me fantasizing about Polymathy having a Latin TTRPG Let's Play on YouTube.
Nu and Nonet, Armun and Armenet, Kek and Keket, Het and Hehet, and they are entirely equal to Noah and
Okay, I see how you got
Sorry.
there for Noah, but how are you getting from Amun to
Entirely
Shem?
equal?
And how are you getting from Kek to Ham? To Japheth also? Like, none of this sounds even remotely similar. I'm barely willing to say I can kind of see how Nu and Noah have some vague resemblance to each other, but Amun and Shem, does he know that the sh sound is in Egyptian? Like there's a character for it. I'm just gonna hit play because I don't know what else to do.
his three sons when it comes to the meanings of their names. So we've just looked at Nu and Noah tonight. We don't have time to make the same case for Armun, Kek, and Heh, and Shem, Ham, and Japheth.
Well, given how weak the case
thank
was
God.
and how much more different those names are, I can't imagine that they would be better cases.
He's going with the meanings a little bit, and then saying that Shem means name and Amun means hidden of name, but it doesn't. It just means hidden. And yeah.
Wow.
I've already done that. I spent a long time doing it and published it in 3 separate journal articles.
Hey, look, he just refuted.
Creationist journal articles.
Of course. And hey, by spending all this effort on this, I think he just gave us an argument against the labor theory of value in economics.
Hey, boom,
The Journal of Creation. But I can just
Wait, which journals?
summarize.
I don't remember. I'll have to rewind a little bit.
We don't have
You
time
said
to make the same case for Armun, Kek, and Heh, and Shem, Ham, and Japheth. I've already done that. I spent a long time doing it and published it in 3 separate journal articles for the Journal of Creation. But I can just
Journal of Creation.
summarize what I found. Again, we've
Very
got the
reputable,
name Noah.
I think, isn't it?
Yeah, so the Journal of Creation doesn't actually do peer review. So
Not even fake peer review?
they do fake peer review, but
Oh, okay. All
that's
right.
that's like saying
Not
I
peer- no.
play hockey if I download like an NHL video game on Steam. Like that's not actually what's happening.
Sure. Yeah.
Or it's like saying that like, hold on a second. Look, guys, I'm a real well, maybe this is a bad part in the video, but like, look, guys, I'm a real space marine. I'm flying around on this Thunderhawk that has the normals set wrong because for some reason the developers didn't set the normals correctly for this Thunderhawk, so parts of it just disappear.
Hooray!
Like, I'm not actually a space marine, guys. I'm not actually a genetically engineered transhuman 8-foot tall warrior who walks around in powered armor with a gun that shoots mini rockets. That's not me.
Yet.
Yeah, well, yeah, we're working on it, right?
Work in progress.
Okay.
Meaning eminence, distinction, beauty, home, pasture, rest, settle down, quietness, soothing, resting place. And in Egyptian, nu means eminency, distinguish, home, resting place, abode, floodwater, or wave. And those other meanings as well. Shem means name. Amun in Egyptian means to hide or be hidden. Amun directly means hidden of name.
It does not. It just means hidden. Name is a separate word.
But what if you just pretend that it meant hidden of name?
Yeah, that's what we're doing here.
Oh, wait, so okay, he's saying he's getting this from Amun-Ren-F. Like his name is that? Yeah, it's supposed to be his name is hidden, but that's
a whole phrase.
You're adding a whole extra word on there with a pronoun.
You're just adding Ren, which means name.
Yeah.
So you're adding a different word. Then yes, it means hidden
Yeah,
of
I
name
guess...
if you add the word name.
Well, so isn't it his name?
Yeah, but it's like hidden is his name could be like a typical
okay, it could be like
title.
Amun-Ren-F, yeah.
Amun, or it's like Tem or whoever they talk about, and then Imen Renef, his name is hidden, or whose name is hidden.
He's got some
guys. If you just add extra words, it can translate to lots of things.
He's got some other words.
Did you know that if you said something completely different, it means something
unrelated? Like, why did he include these last ones?
I don't
like man, so and so, someone.
Because they have similar consonants. That's it.
The like.
Pretty sure it's just because they have similar consonants.
But he could have just left them out.
Also, visually, they probably all have that same MN biliteral sign. It's like a long rectangle with like the strokes at the top.
Senate game.
Yeah. But no one knows what Senate game is, so I can't just like say that to everyone. But then again, it's not like they know what hieroglyphic I'm talking about either.
Yes.
Trying to like make it easy for the audience, and I realize it doesn't matter. You don't. Guys, tell me in the chat if you can think of a hieroglyphic that's a biliteral sign for MN. Let me know.
And when you take the root of Amun, it's men, which means so and so or someone, or menet, the like, or contents, and it also means origin of the waters. Ham, father-in-law in Hebrew, means father-in-law, hot, heat, dark and dark brown.
Are these accurate? Kip?
I mean,
I don't know.
Like it can be, yeah.
Okay.
I gotta, yeah.
I like how Noah and Ham get a whole bunch of lists, and then Shem is just like, it's name. Don't worry about it.
Just that's name. That's
it.
Is. Yeah.
I mean, it is just a normal word for name in Hebrew, to be fair.
It is.
Imagine how much like your parents have to hate you to be like, oh, we got to give this kid a name. Just call him name.
That's worse than calling him kid.
Yeah, right.
It probably wasn't that, right? And originally, Shem probably didn't just mean name. It's it's whoever was writing this story thought, oh yeah, that's the word that looks exactly like our word for name. So
bring back just inventing words for people's names, because it's been a while. We don't do that as much anymore.
Yeah. Guys, I'll
Yes.
be dropping out for a moment. I need to move to a different place.
No worries. Just come back, and when you do, I'll let you back in.
Black or violent. In Egyptian, the equivalent Ogdoad couple, Kek and Keket, means darkness or attacker, and also has a floodwater epithet.
So it's literally just like, hey, some of the colors associated with the word ham are dark. Okay.
Japheth means be spacious, wide, open, and the equivalent Ogdoad member is He, which means millions, or to seek, or eternity. So similar.
That's not similar. It's not even similar. What does eternity have to be with like wide, spacious? What flood?
Brother,
Not even
you're
similar.
kidding me.
Oh my god. Lieutenant Matt the
You know,
Navigator.
I don't know where. No, I was just going to say, like, the suggestion here for Iafet, especially, right? Like the cognate for that is unclear. But if it's pata, then you know that would mean like simple or inexpert, or like gullible or persuadable. So yeah, that's pretty different, isn't it?
It does
spacious, wide,
seem...
and open.
Yeah. So he's not even getting the Hebrew right here. Oh, but look,
No, I
he's
don't
citing
think so.
Strong's.
Is he getting it?
He's getting it from Strong's.
Oh, okay.
So
yeah,
he must be
Got
right
it.
because that is one of our best lexical sources for Hebrew, isn't it?
Man.
So
yes, it's very good.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. Lieutenant Matt the Navigator for $5 says Publius Fabius Cicero Antonius Marius Julius Gnaeus. I have now proved that Caesar's commentaries were about Abraham Lincoln. Yep, that proves it.
Good job.
I am convinced. So Japheth equals noob. Sure, why not?
Concepts there to spacious, wide open. Now, interestingly, both Nu, Amun, Kek, and He have floodwater epithets.
Oh.
Hey, buddy. Do you think the fact that basically everyone in the Mediterranean had a creation, not a destruction story, but a creation story that involves the world being created out of primordial waters of chaos might have some connection to the fact that these creator gods are associated with waters?
Or that maybe life, like you need water for that.
Yeah. Also, I want to point out when he points to Kek as being associated with floodwater. That's the annual flooding of the Nile, which is not particularly destructive and instead is seen as a universally good thing that brings rich sediment that is fertile for farming. The Egyptians did not associate that flood with death and destruction. That is a life-bringing flood. There were whole rituals associated with calling forth the floodwaters, wanting them to arrive. You had rituals that, well, involved the pharaoh jerking off into the Nile in order to fertilize the Nile so that it would then flood and fertilize the land. They were trying to get the flood to come. This is very, 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 very dumb. And like it's not dumb. It's dishonest. Let's be honest about this, right? I either he's lying about his credentials, which his publication makes me think he's not, or he's lying about his conclusions here. Because there's no way that you can say that, oh yeah, Kek is associated with a horrible, destructive flood, when in fact he's associated with the vital thing that kept Egyptian civilization able to survive at all for thousands of years, the flooding of the Nile that happened every single year. And if it didn't happen, that would be a gigantic disaster, not a relief. Now, that's not to say it was never destructive. Like, sometimes it overflowed, like, where you were expecting, and so it flooded out cities and towns and whatnot that didn't expect to be flooded out. So, like, sure, it occasionally was destructive. But overall, like I said, look at Egyptian rituals associated with the Nile flooding. It was hopeful and celebratory and hoping to call forth the flood, not warding it off or warning against it.
Attached to them. So those are divine names that are intimately attached to those names, which mean flood water, wave, or origin of the waters, or to flood. So if you're interested in reading up...
Oh, I guess that's the edition that he published in.
Oh, there you go.
Noah and the Flood in Ancient Egypt. With like
Noah and the Flood in ancient... Oh, boy.
I'll give him this. At least they didn't actually use papyrus as the font.
Hey!
Yeah.
Good job, everybody. We did it. We got someone to write something about ancient Egypt without using papyrus as a font.
Yay! And there was much rejoicing. Yay.
Yeah.
More of that. I've published that in this journal. I started a series in the Journal of Creation, and I headlined on this particular...
By the way, this is Creation Ministries International's in-house journal. So, in case you're wondering
of course.
Who does that.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can tell because it's creation.com, which is, in fact, the CMI website.
Ah.
Yeah.
Journal article, Noah.
Oh, look! Also, we got Thomas Malthus, eugenics and abortion, because, of course, we have to connect those two things, which I will grant that, like, there has historically been connections, but they're not necessary. And, yeah, and, like, people who are currently advocating for access to abortion are not generally doing so for eugenics reasons, and instead are doing things for, like, health reasons. So, yeah. Turns out Margaret Sanger...
Fries and gravy are often associated and can be really great together, but they don't have to be together, and are made, in fact,
But
of
don't you
different
know,
things.
right? Don't you know, this is like, I've learned this, that if something is in any way connected to eugenics, it's like just all its uses are evil.
Yeah. That's,
I guess we better
can't do it.
stop making plants differently.
That's it. Yes. Because, you know.
And because I feel like if any pro-choice, especially Christians, are watching, yes, I'm aware...
You mean anti-woman, anti-choice people.
Whatever. I'm going to use the term they want me to use for them because we all know what we're talking about. I'm aware that Margaret Sanger was a eugenicist. Got it. You don't have to tell me.
The flood in ancient Egypt. So you can order that from creation.com, or just look online for the free PDFs which you can download, or the free articles which are online.
Thanks.
Oh, where can you find them?
Creation.com.
For free? Oh, okay.
They have some section in there, if I remember correctly, where you can search through articles from the Journal of Creation.
So the Search for Noah and the Flood, parts 1, 2, 3, and 4, published in 29 through to 2020. And then Horus, the deified Ham, parts 1 and...
Guys, it has one of the same letters, except it probably doesn't.
Wait a minute.
So it must be the same guy.
Wasn't
I hate this.
Which one was Horus? Wasn't Ham, was he? I thought it was
Kek.
Wasn't it Kek? I think.
Yeah, but now it's also Horus, because why not?
Horus wasn't ham, he was beef, actually chicken.
My goodness. Also, this
League of Legends does a better job representing Egypt in its stupid characters and its lore of a made-up space called Sharima.
So here's another interesting thing. So according to the Bible, Ham
Smite does a better job.
Is the ancestor of the Egyptians, as well as another number of other like North and East African groups, right?
Yes.
And Shem is the ancestor of the Canaanites, including the Israelites and a bunch of other Semitic-speaking tribes in the area. Which means that, according to the Bible, those two groups are as separated as it is possible for any two human groups to be in terms of patrilineal descent, right? then why do people from the region of the Levant and Northeast Africa have the same Y chromosome haplogroup, generally speaking, which means they're actually closely related in terms of patrilineal descent?
I need to go. I can't deal with any more of this. And also, I have stuff to do.
All right, we'll get out of here then.
Oh. Okay. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Have fun.
See ya, Chesh.
Drink more, read less of this guy's nonsense.
Cheers.
Bye.
All right, well, now that Chesh is gone, we can all talk about how much we hate Chesh.
It's true.
All right,
Yes.
I'm going to hit play.
Part 2. So it's a lot of work gone there that's been peer reviewed by...
No, it
a
hasn't.
lot of work, he
Here's
said.
the thing. First of all, in order for it to be peer reviewed, this would have to be a peer reviewed journal. It's not. Second, in order for it to be peer reviewed, they would have to have an Egyptology staff. They don't. In order to peer review something, you have to send it to someone who's actually someone who's a peer in that field. You can't have
What does he think this means?
I don't know. It just means he just thinks. Okay, I actually don't know what he thinks it means, but what the audience is supposed to think is that it means that it was checked by smart people.
Yes.
Yep. But it would be like I don't know, Kip. What's a journal that you've published in?
Dead Sea Discoveries.
There you go. If I tried to submit an article to Dead Sea Discoveries about taxonomic distinctions within neo-AVs, and then they sent that to you for peer review, could you peer review my article about the taxonomy of neo-avians?
No. They probably wouldn't accept it either, because they'd be like, wait, what?
Right, but let's pretend that they have very low
other
acceptance
places you could
criteria,
send
just like they're the Journal of Creation.
Right, yes. Fair, okay.
Even if you reviewed it, even if you gave me notes, it wouldn't be peer reviewed because you're not equipped to do that.
No.
And similarly, if you submitted, I don't know, what's the title of one of your papers?
I don't know. God.
Goodness.
I have to look some.
Let's say you submitted a paper about the Dead Sea Scrolls to Nature.
Sure.
Very prestigious peer review journal. Do you think they have enough Hebrew scholars to assess your paper about the Dead Sea Scrolls at Nature?
See, they'd probably write me back and say, "Why are you sending this to us?"
Right, but we're assuming that for some reason they're past that.
Yeah, okay.
They
right,
couldn't. They could not do it.
And I wouldn't know.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Let's see.
It doesn't seem like
Lieutenant Math Navigator for $5
now,
says.
Listen. Okay.
Because Shem and Ham's wives were sisters, don't think about it. I won't think about that. I will continue to not think.
I feel like Gavin would have been better off sending this to a proper Egyptology journal.
Yeah, but then it wouldn't have been accepted.
These articles. No. Listen, because then he would have failed peer review.
Oh.
And we all know that by failing peer review, is the way now to actually pass peer review.
It's true. I forgot about the Richard Carrier.
Right? You forgot about the Richard Carrier loophole.
That's a good point. I had not thought about that. Yeah.
No, I know. No, nobody thinks about that.
No, it's true.
Why?
It's true. But actually, by the way, I want to point out, this is a problem with creationist journals in general, is that even if they wanted to do peer review, they generally can't because they don't have a big enough pool of actual subject matter experts to do effective peer review. Even if they were trying, which they're generally not, let's be fair. I mean, when I say they're generally not, I mean, I have seen the Answers in Genesis journal publish things that weren't in coherent English in the first place, despite being an English language publication, or just had math wrong at the level of trying to subtract one 3-digit number from another and then just getting the wrong answer. Like, the peer review you could have done is like number equals. Oh, it's not the same as in the manuscript. Write a note.
I'm sorry, I'm just looking at the chat. Can I just say to Templar Warden, Hatikva?
Yes, Hatikva. A heartfelt hatikva to everyone.
Hatikva. Yes.
Why do people think that they just know language and linguistics just because? I guess I was gonna say, does this happen in other fields? Then I realized no, it absolutely does. It happens in all sorts of fields. People are just like, yeah, I know physics, I know taxonomy, I know paleontology, I know archaeology, I know Egyptian. Like, I want to point out here, I think Egyptomania can back me up on this. I know vastly more about the Egyptian language than virtually everyone on the planet, and I still don't know a damn thing about the Egyptian language. So, like, these are highly specialized fields. Oh, you're muted, I think.
So,
Kip, go ahead while we wait for. Nope.
oh, okay, you're still muted. Yeah. Or
You might want to check your browser settings and see if you're set to the right microphone, which might require a refresh.
Okay.
I'll let you back in immediately as soon as I notice you're back.
So
if that's what you have to do.
I mean, on this point, right? I just had like an argument with a guy on Twitter a couple weeks ago who was attempting to dictate to me how the Hebrew language works by using, because he knows how to read the alphabet.
That's a step
and
up
he
for
can
most
look
people.
words up in a dictionary.
Yeah.
But then he also was using like a children's reader for like teaching like native
Babies,
English speaking children. Yeah, like kids Hebrew. So he's using this as a source, and his rationale behind that is because, well, they've been teaching kids to read Hebrew like this for thousands of years. So like it's it's meaningful. This is how it works.
Say something, Egyptomaniac. I want to see if you're...
Yes.
Gotcha.
Hi.
There we
I'm
go.
back.
All right.
Yeah, I switched browsers. Works now.
Awesome.
No, I was going to say that even among Egyptologists, you pretty much have like two areas. You have the language nerds and you have the archaeology nerds. Even the Egyptologists who specialize on the archaeology and history are sometimes not as much language specialists as the real language nerds.
Yeah, that doesn't
Like
surprise
even
me.
inside the field, there's
Yeah.
like a distinction. And then, of course, you have the people who are famous for their work in Demotic and the people who are famous for their work in like old kingdom Egyptian. So yeah.
And even that's different, yeah. Yep. Which I want to emphasize the degree to which it requires you to spend a huge portion of your life just to get to the point where you could peer review something like this. Like, it is and that's not just Egyptology, right? It's every single academic specialization that you can think of. It's going to require you to spend years and years just to get to the point where a journal might consider you for peer review on that topic. And CMI, the third tier creationist organization, does not have those people that they can send these things to. The number of creationist Egyptologists is vanishingly small, especially young Earth creationists. If you want to go for like old Earth or like progressive creation or theistic evolution, I'm sure it's a higher number. But like for young Earth creationists, the people who can't even figure out how to fit the Egyptian chronology at the most basic level into their timeline, yeah, there aren't a whole lot of those people who are actually specialists in this field who could peer review this.
Other Egyptologists, professional Egyptologists. So in other words, when you compare the meanings...
And I want to point out, he just said that this was peer reviewed by other professional Egyptologists. That's a lie. That is a lie.
Sure it is.
There's not a huge number of professional Egyptologists who could have peer reviewed this at all, period, even if it were for a real journal. And I can almost guarantee you that virtually none of them would accept peer review from the Journal of Creation.
I would even assume that a few of them are not really aware that creationism still exists.
That is generally what happens with academics, is they're not even aware that this is even a thing.
The names of this group of gods, the Ogdode, they compare very dramatically to the meanings of Noah and his sons. So let's continue.
Except that they don't.
So how old are these names? Well, my prediction was that they can be found in the 5th dynasty. And
based on what? But I mean, sure, the names of long-standing Egyptian gods, so I'm sure they go back a long way. But like, how did you get to 5th dynasty as your like cutoff point? I don't know.
By the end of the Old Kingdom, texts were being inscribed on the walls and corridors of the pharaoh's pyramids, and they're located on the plain of Saqqara, some 20 kilometers south of modern Cairo, known by modern scholarship as the pyramid texts. So the pyramid complex of Unas is located in the pyramid field at Saqqara. It's ringed red on the map there, and they contain the pyramid texts, which is the oldest religious writings in the world.
Is that?
Well, kind of. I don't think so.
Okay.
I think actually the Sumerian temple hymns are a little bit older.
Okay.
But they were written by a woman, so perhaps that doesn't count in his world.
Women can't do things. That's a well-known fact. Plus, the menstruation attracts bears, so they're not safe. They can smell it.
Something like that.
Yeah, I've heard that.
So
but they are indeed like the oldest larger corpus of Egyptian religious writing that we have, and they are enormously old.
Okay, well, I mean, which is very cool. I'm not here to dunk on the pyramid text, obviously.
I think they're actually older than the flood of Noah per their timeline. So, well,
yeah. You know what though? What if Egyptian chronology is just wrong though? For the reason that it would be more convenient for young Earth creationists if it were.
Yep. That's probably the reason.
Yeah, you haven't considered. Nuh-uh.
Texts that are older than the pyramid texts, but they tend to be things like tax receipts or various sort of non-religious texts. So that,
or some labels on a makeup mixing tray that creationists think have sauropods on them, even though they're obviously long-necked lions. That's one of my favorites. The Narmer palette, which is, by the way, a very clever, like, cosmetic mixing palette where, like, the lion necks make a well where you can put your pigments in some water or oils and mix them up. Very cool. But also, yeah, these are sauropods that have little kitty ears and big little kitty faces and paws and, yeah, lion tail. It's like, these are lionesses with long necks. A common motif among lots of ancient Near East cultures, which oddly enough, we don't have a word for. Like, there wasn't a word that was written down for these things, but they occur all over the place. Cats with long necks. Modern archaeologists sometimes call them serpopards because it's just, you know, getting Greek for, like, lion or leopard and snake and shoving it together. But, like, common motif in creationists are just like, sauropods, evidence of late surviving dinosaurs after the flood in ancient Egypt. These cats with long necks. Like, yeah, sure, maybe. I don't know.
The pyramid texts are the largest and oldest group of religious writings in the world. So this is the oldest pyramid. This is
Gavin is the oldest pyramid.
Look, there he is.
I'm just gonna say it's him because when he said this is the oldest pyramid, he then put an arrow pointing to himself.
He put an arrow there.
So that implies to me that the stepped pyramid behind him is not the oldest pyramid. It's Gavin.
Also, that's not the one that has the writings in them. He would have to turn this image a little bit to the left, I think.
Okay.
To get the Pyramid of Unas into view.
With the Saqqara pyramid.
But to be fair, he is saying this is the Djoser pyramid. So, like, I'll give him that he's not pretending that this is Unas's pyramid.
Behind me, that's built by Djoser. So this is me being a tourist in 1999. This is while working in the oil industry. So some of these pyramids I'm showing here, Pepi I, that's the 5th dynasty pyramid, and this is the Unas pyramid. The smaller pyramids were his queens, and they also contained pyramid texts. This is Pepi II. So these are reconstructions or...
I'm sorry, but Pepi isn't the name of a pharaoh. It is the name of a guy who runs an Italian restaurant. Oh, welcome to Pepi's Pizzeria. I make a pie.
I will never get this out of my brain now.
I've ruined Egypt for you.
Yep. like Pepe II is actually super famous because he had such a hugely long reign, got onto the throne as a little child, and was like way old when he died. At least according to the chronology we have.
I mean, yeah, but have you considered that what if the chronology is actually only about like 2/3 as long for reasons?
And then he kind of, Pepe had to go off to Italy and open a pizzeria?
Yeah.
Models of what the pyramid complexes would have looked like. So if you go inside, you can actually see the pyramid texts.
All right, I actually really like these 3D renders of these pyramids, and I'm for that reason pretty
They're very
convinced
cool.
that Gavin had nothing to do with creating them.
Oh, probably not.
Adorning the walls. This is on Unis's pyramid, and the names of the Ogdoad occur in the pyramid texts. So pyramid text 301-446, we have.
But I want to point out that they're not all occurring in the same text, right?
No,
Because the pyramid
they don't.
texts, it's a little bit like saying like it's in the Bible. Yeah, the Bible isn't one thing, right? It's a collection of a whole bunch of things that we've put together as a collection for various historical reasons. The same thing is happening with the pyramid text, right? There are separate texts found in different pyramids, but because they're all from pyramids from similar-ish times, we call them the pyramid texts. So saying, oh, all these names occur in these texts, therefore they were thought of as like the Ogdoad, as we would later think of them in like the 26th dynasty. No, that's not a conclusion you can make. Is it precluded?
Yeah. And you can look at the numbers. Like the numbers, there's the 301 and the 502. Those are spell numbers. So those are like separate spells that sometimes have very little to do with each other, because they are different kinds of magical and religious spells and hymns, all of them with the general aim to revive the pharaoh in the netherworld, but they are not like one continuous story or anything.
Lieutenant Math Navigator says those renders can't be right. They don't have totally real power plants under them. That's a good point. As we all know, the pyramids were not built as tombs; they were built as power plants for the ancient Egyptian electricity.
Right?
Yeah. As that's actually what you learn as you're getting your PhD in Egyptology. Before that, they kind of keep that hush hush, but then around the same time as like the guy is trying to figure out which snake you're supposed to fight after your dissertation, like presentation to your board, around that same time they whisper in like, hey, by the way, I should do it this way because that's where my mic is. Hey, by the way, the pyramids were actually power plants. Okay, now you're gonna have to go fight a boomslang. Good luck.
The pairs Nu and Nonet, Amun and Amenet. Pepi II, we have Kek and Keku.
But not Keket? No.
Nope.
She doesn't get a mention?
No.
It feels like, based on this, that maybe this group as a set group of 8 deities, 4 male and 4 female, with masculine and feminine versions of their names, wasn't super a thing here in the 5th dynasty.
The point where we actually know that there must be some type of group of 8, as soon as we get mentions of the city of Hermopolis, Hemenu, in Egyptian. Mostly it shows up in the title of the god Jehuti, that's like Thoth, where it goes like the Neb Hemenu, the lord of the 8, because he's from that city. And I think the earliest ones where like Hermopolis becomes a thing is more like early Middle Kingdom. Then we have some type of group of 8, but they are not necessarily named. And then we have all of these individual mentions of course, Nun. I mean, Nun is way old, also Amun and Kek. And Hech is just like a word for million. So those words show up. But putting this all together, that this group of 8 is actually those 8 names, that's a connection we get from later periods. It could have existed before, but we're not sure.
Well, things generally exist before the first time they're written down. So, yeah, probably. But how much before? I don't know. Lieutenant Math Navigator for $2 says, to power their electroplay equipment. Yeah, I forgot about that. I think that was the video where you discovered I existed, Egyptomaniac, was me covering that crazy Electric Universe guy who was like, what if ancient Egyptians were all about just like shocking each other with static electricity? And I was like, and then
that's a kink.
Right. It became so obvious that was just his kink, that he was like projecting onto the ancient Egyptians. And he's like, I imagine myself kneeling before this altar as the priest comes to shock me. I'm like, that's just your fetish material, dude. That's not ancient Egyptian. That's just you having an Eastim fetish, which is fine. But please don't project your Eastim kink onto the rest of history. It's not necessary. It's the same thing as like, oh, in this episode of TV show, the writer's thinly veiled fetish. Like, yeah,
And interest.
Dude, I see that you're writing Amun on one side. I can barely even make out. Is that supposed to be new?
The other one is noon.
Okay, yeah, that makes
Amun
sense.
and noon.
Yeah, I can barely make that out, dude. Contrast is a thing. You can take your text and like give it a black border so that we can read it against the very bright background. This is just like a how to do presentation of data so that it's legible.
Interestingly, these are the hieroglyphs for Amun.
No, man, you
Why
left
is
out
he
the
missing
read.
one of them?
Yeah, that's the part. That's the part that gives us that. It's actually usually pronounced as an in Egyptological pronunciation, so it would be Iman or Iman.
Yeah, but it
Iman.
makes a difference because if you don't put the E on Iman and you just use men, it means to be stable or to be long lasting.
Yeah, it's a different
It
word.
doesn't mean hidden anymore, so you need that as a letter.
Further evidence that this guy doesn't actually know anything about Egyptology. Because, like, let's be honest. If you were trying to highlight a word in a language that you speak, you would include the whole word when you highlight it.
And new as well. And we'll go back to that particular hieroglyph a bit later because it's very significant.
Okay, I want to point out a hieroglyph is a single character. He highlighted two of them, which were only part of a word in hieroglyphics.
Oh, right. I know why he highlighted those two. Because later on, he draws a connection to Gemenu, the word for the number 8, which also contains the MN, but has no etymological connection to Amun.
Kip, remember yesterday, so long ago, when we were talking about like, oh, hey, look, you found some numbers in a text, in a giant text, and for some reason you think therefore that means that God wrote the Bible in King James?
Big numbers are very convincing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's just what's going on here. Except it's instead of numbers, it's just random strings of consonants that he's finding connections for. It's the same basic argument that those two use to argue that the King James, the 1611 King James, is the original version of the Bible that God created, not even created, that was eternally existed alongside God. Same argument.
Yeah. Actually, until this point, I was kind of thinking perhaps he's just like completely delusional and doesn't really know what the heck he's doing there. But I don't know, perhaps you want to jump to the 110?
Okay.
Yes, 110 timestamp, because that's when he gets into the
Coffin texts?
into the coffin texts. Yes.
I say that because there's coffin texts in front of me. That's how I guessed. Okay, here we go.
It starts at 19555, but this should get us to the point because that's where he starts quote mining like crazy.
Okay.
With these funerary chapels. And so these were found from the Valley of the Kings, KV 62. And there are 4 chapels. The innermost one contains the pharaoh's sarcophagus, made of wood and decorated with gold. And here be references to the flood, believe it or not. So inside one of these gold boxes is reference to the Great Flood.
No Templar wording, not coughing texts, coffin texts. like text you put on a coffin that you then put a body in. Which, by the way, I hate the phrase or the word sarcophagus because that's Greek for body eater, which is the exact opposite of the point of these coffins, which is to preserve them as intact as
Not eat
possible
them?
and not to eat them. Yeah, it's a really weird thing. It's a really weird thing that sarcophagus became our word for these because like it's like the opposite of what's supposed to be going on.
And the 8 in the main Tutankhamun chapel. And this is a diagram of inside this particular funerary chapel, and it's been translated by Miriam Lichtheim, who's an Israeli translator of ancient Egyptian texts.
Miriam Lichtheim is the lady who made like a great anthology of ancient Egyptian literature, but she's not the person who originally translated most of these. She like redacted and put together a lot of text, which is like one of the standard works in Egyptology. But yeah, and he's so close. He's so close to the actual flood myth, because that spell that belongs to this cow is the actual ancient Egyptian flood mythology, where you have a creator god that wants to destroy humans and then reconsiders and decides not to destroy them after all.
I also want to point
But
out,
he's not going to tell us about it.
Oceanus Helios is in the chat arguing for, I guess, Jesus mythicism. And you know what? If you want to have that discussion, I can arrange that. I do know a biblical scholar. I mean, he's not a terribly good one. He hasn't written any books, but he does have the degrees. His name is, I believe it's like Dr. Kill Davies is his name. And
you did that on purpose, didn't you?
What? Do what on purpose?
Davies.
Oh yeah, I absolutely did that on purpose.
Good.
It is in fact Kip Davis. He's right there. Right there. So I'll tell you what, if you want to actually have the discussion, and I'm not saying we have to frame it like a debate or something, it can just be a discussion, but I can help set that up. Email me, the.dapper.dino.yt@gmail.com. If you can't remember that, it's on my channel page. So you just click on like, the Dapper Dinosaur channel, go to the info, and there's an email listed there. You have to click through to say that like, oh, this is for business purposes. This does count as business purposes. I'm telling you right now that if you want to set something up like that, it counts as business purposes, and you are perfectly welcome to get that email and send me an email. And we can do that. We can do the thing where we say like, okay, hey, mythicism versus historicism, I guess, if we're going to give it a word. Which kind of sounds like, when we had to come up with a word for being a globe earther, even though that's just what people are. But yeah, we can do that. Let me know. I will host that. It will be interesting to me. It will be interesting, I believe, to Kip. I think it'll be interesting to a lot of the people here. So yeah, I mean, it's pretty well known that I am not a mythicist, and that the further I look into mythicist arguments, the worse I think they are. But yeah, email me. We can set it up.
And she states this mythological tale forms the first part of a longer text known as the Book of the Heavenly Cow. The first part relates how the sun god...
Wait, the Valley of Trees? What is that? What is... I'm trying to read the title here. The Livre de la Vache du Ciel. So the life of the cow of heaven.
Cow. Yes.
Well, it says the cow of heaven in French, but
yes,
in the tomb, in the Valley of... Isn't it normally kings? But that says trees, doesn't it?
Oh, I think the R is the B is supposed to be an R, and that's just a typo.
Okay. I was like, "What's the hell is the Valley of Trees?"
The tombs involved are the tomb of Tutankhamun and the tomb of Seti. So yeah,
I was so confused. I was like, "The hell is the Valley of Trees? I've never heard of this." Okay, Bulletin of the Institute of French Oriental or Eastern Archaeology. Okay, fair enough. So yeah, Bois makes more sense than Bois.
Ray set out to destroy the human race because mankind was plotting rebellion against him. She goes on to say that the interest of the tale lies, of course, in the theme of human wickedness, arousing the divine wrath and resulting in a partial destruction of mankind, a theme that received its classic treatment in the Mesopotamian and biblical stories of the flood. So we need to look a bit closer than Miriam Ligthame looks and actually interpret the image here. So the heavenly cow is called Mehet Weret, which means
Yes,
great
and
flood.
that seems skipping like all of the interesting bits and then misrepresenting the cow bit, because you can just read the story. Like there's a translations, it's even online. I can give you the link. There's like an interlinear translation available. And the story it tells you everything about how the sun god was heard of the plans of the wicked humans and wanted to destroy them, but he doesn't send a flood. He sends a goddess to kill them.
Yeah.
And then the goddess gets out of control, and then you need to get the goddess like calmed down again, and then you get an actual flood. But that's the flood of beer, where they kind of pour out all of this beer that is red colored, so the goddess drinks it and becomes drunk and can't kill humans anymore.
Which
And
means
then
that the
it's calmed
flood
down
itself
again.
is the method of salvation.
Yes, exactly.
Not the method of
Exactly.
destruction. Because she's going out and just killing people.
Yeah.
Not drowning them. She's attacking people and killing them.
Exactly. And then, after all of this is done, of course, this whole, how do you call this in etiology in English? When you have a myth that is kind of describing
etiology.
why,
Yeah, it's ideology.
Ideology, yeah.
exactly, why things are the way that they are. And here at the beginning of the story, actually, it's said that humans and gods are kind of living together as one thing, and the sun god is the king of everybody. And obviously, this is no longer the case. And so at the end of the story, after the goddess has been calmed down and everything for this, so it doesn't happen again, the sun god actually decides to go away into heaven and asks his daughter Nut, the sky goddess, to lift him up into the heavens. And that's the cow you're seeing here. It's in the story, which is written down right beside the picture.
Yeah, you could just read it.
Saying that this is like the sky goddess who's lifting up the sun god, so he will now be elevated and distanced from the humans. And those 8 gods, they are actually the 8 Hech gods, not the Ogdoad.
So it's not even the
Hech
same.
is one of the it's the 8 Hech gods. It says so in the story, and they are standing there and holding up the cow because she was trembling because of the heights. Like, I mean, it's just a really funny story because the sky goddess is feeling a little bit dizzy because she's so high up.
Also, you can tell it's supposed to be associated with the sky because along the belly is a series of stars, which is an artistic motif you see in ancient Egyptian art when you're talking about things that are associated with the sky.
Exactly. And yes, of course, there is a flood connection because you can imagine, like, there's this idea of like having like a sky ocean. And
hey, that occurs in the Hebrew Bible, so it must actually be literally true.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, the sun god is always traveling on a boat because that's like the main mode of transportation in Egypt. So the sun god is, of course, traveling with a boat. So yes, you can imagine the sky as a kind of a big flood, but that's not the context here. Just read the story. It's right there.
Okay, I'm going to point out, Oceanus Helios, why would you expect a bunch of poor Judeans from a poor town to have tombs that we can recognizably identify today? Because he says, for instance, where are the tombs of Jesus' family? First of all, what makes you think that they could have afforded tombs? And even if they could, what makes you think we could identify them if we found them? Like, I've made this point before.
Everybody else's tomb.
Like, people are like, well, there's no archaeological evidence for Jesus. Like, okay, let's say I found Jesus' sandal. Here it is. How the fuck am I going to know it's Jesus' sandal? Even if he put his name on that. You know how common a name that was? What? It's like when creationists ask for things that there's no chance of us ever being able to find, regardless of the truth of evolution. Like, you need to recalibrate how you assess archaeology.
Dead Sea Scroll scholar, late Dead Sea Scroll scholar, Weston Fields once suggested that if we could, detect for fingerprints on the back of the Great Isaiah scroll, maybe we could find Jesus's fingerprints.
Even if that were true, how would you know it was Jesus's fingerprints? What's your reference going to be?
He didn't, you know, he didn't say anything about that part.
My camera is weirdly out of focus. I'm going to restart it.
Yeah.
Like, okay. You need to understand what kinds of things leave behind evidence. Like, that's a thing that you need to consider. All right, I'm slightly more in focus. Here we go.
And as you can see on her stomach are stars. So she represents the heavens. And in the middle in yellow, we have Shu, who is...
I also want to point out, the vast majority of people who have ever lived did not leave us with physical evidence of their existence. So saying that someone didn't exist...
epigraphic evidence.
Yeah, so
saying
that someone didn't exist because we don't have their clothes or their house or their body parts, that would have to mean that you think that the past was populated by like a few thousand people for like all of the past up until the modern period. I don't think you're going to go there.
The air god, and he was separated from Geb, the earth god in creation. And we also have the god Ra sailing in his boat across the heavens. That's the little one in yellow. Now
So it is in fact a different group of 8 that you're talking about, is what you're telling me, Gavin. You're just telling me this is not the Ogdoad that you were talking about before. Okay, cool. Weird kind of thing to go with.
The 8 Heh gods are in red, and they're helping Shu support the sky. And if they don't do that, then the sky will...
Oh! Oceanus Helios also does not accept the historicity of Shakespeare. Okay. You're being consistent, at least. I'm not sure I want to actually host a mentally ill person, because I feel like that might be cruel. So, yeah. I don't know. You can still email me, and I'll consider it, but I might have to vet you a little bit harder than I would have earlier. Because, quite frankly, I have a hard time accepting that anyone who is not, like, mentally unwell is rejecting the historicity of Shakespeare. You can reject the idea that he wrote all the plays and sonnets attributed to him. That's a different idea. But, like, he was a guy.
I share a birthday with Shakespeare.
Ah, but have you ever read any of his works in the original Cleon?
No.
Should I go get one of his works in the original Cleon? I have at least 2.
It's fine.
I have Hamlet and Much Ado About Nothing at the very least that I could go get and read in Klingon.
Okay. No, it's okay. I'm all right.
Okay. All right. You're lost. Lieutenant Matt the Navigator for $5 says, "Where's Lucy AL288?" Sorry, I scrolled past. Birth certificate. Surely the ancient Australopiths must have kept records. Yeah, this is a good point. Yeah. All right.
Collapse back into oblivion, or the primeval ocean. So the sky will collapse back into the primeval ocean, and everything will return as it was.
These are 2 different things. You have the idea of Nut, the sky goddess, being elevated above like Geb, the earth god, and Shu, their father, keeping them apart, so that the sky doesn't fall onto the earth and kind of eradicates creation. And then you have a different idea that at the end of times, all of creation is going back into the primeval ocean. But those are like technically like 2 different motives.
Okay.
But yeah, details.
Yeah, you know what? That's unwelcome nuance is what that is.
Yeah.
Creation. So the Heh gods are in red, and they help support the heavens. So the image of the cow is framed by the inscription, "Words spoken by the cow, the great flood. Come, my son of my body, my beloved, Lord of the 2 lands, Nep-Kefre Re. Be with thy father Re as one of these gods who are in his following at the side of the cow, the great flood. Osiris, King Tutankhamun, ruler of Heliopolis of the south, lives. He will not die again in the necropolis." So this is the inscription that we can find in
By the way,
Yes.
dude, necropolis is an English word. You don't have to say necropolis. You can just say necropolis. It's fine.
Tutankhamun's funerary shrine. Now we go on to the Book of the Dead. So after the coffin texts, we have the same spells being written on papyrus that could be afforded by more individuals to be put in their tombs when they die. And of course, these spells
still going to be reserved for some upper class people, because just getting a scribe to write this out for you is going to be pretty expensive. Not as expensive
that's
as
all like elite stuff.
Yeah. So like maybe like mid-level like court officials and stuff like that. But like your average guy who's just a farmer, you're not buying one of these when you die. Sorry.
supposed to help them into the afterlife. So the Book of the Dead was known by the Egyptians as the...
Oh, this actually brings up something that's not super on topic for this, but that I do want to talk about. There is no good reason to think that the Decalogue from the Bible is dependent on the negative confessions from the Book of the Dead, because they're both just sort of generic lists of broadly pro-social behaviors to either avoid or to do.
Yeah.
So, like, yeah, there's no good argument to make that I've ever heard for their dependence on one another. So, like,
no, not really.
And the other thing is, like, we don't need some kind of special explanation for the Decalogue. It's other than, like, the religious parts are, like, don't have any gods before me. It's just a list of, like, don't do the things that make society not function. That's it. It's hard to find a society where it's like, yeah, you know what you should do is you should murder, and you should lie about people in an official capacity, and you should totally steal people's things, and you should spend all your time obsessed with your neighbor's like possessions and spouse. You spend all your time doing that. Like, that's obviously dumb stuff to do if you want to have a functioning society. So basically every society ever has said, like, don't do that. And so, like, the fact that you can find these things in different places does not demonstrate dependence.
Societies work.
Yeah,
right?
Societies work on, like, not killing each other, not stealing from each other, being generally honest. Yeah. Yep. So, like, and I'm not saying anyone here is doing that, but, like, I've heard people make the argument that the negative confession from Book of the Dead is connected to the Decalogue, and it's just not. There's no good reason to think it is. I guess I can't say for certain that it's not, but, like, nothing about it actually actively indicates that. And the only argument I've ever seen for it is, like, well, they're similar lists. It's like, yeah, because when you're coming up with a list of the most basic pro-social behaviors, they're going to be kind of similar, because reality exists. We all have to live with each other in a society. Except for me, I'm a dinosaur in a human suit.
Coming forth by day, and has a history that spans 1,500 years, from 1450 BC to 50 AD. And at the start of the New Kingdom, the Book of the Dead was still in the process of formation, and only by the Sate period, which is the Dynasty 26, did the Book of the Dead reach its final canon, where all the spells were organized into...
Not really. I mean, it kept shifting. It's just like a loose collection of texts and spells, and everybody can pretty much have their own favorites.
Yeah.
I kind of imagine it like that you go to a scribe to commission your own Book of the Dead, and maybe they have like a standard, and you say, yeah, I just want this one, put my name in there. Or you go like, listen, I have a special request. Can I have like with this spell, but without the other one, but then the long version of that one?
You have to pay extra for the guac.
Yeah, like that. And there's like, of course, a few standards that everybody has, but the rest of it is pretty much like a custom order.
And I'm now realizing that saying the negative confession and the Decalogue themselves might actually be somewhat confusing for some people. So the Decalogue is the older designation for what in English is often called the Ten Commandments, which I don't like. Because, yeah, anyway. And then the negative confession are a series of things from the Book of the Dead where you're basically, during your divine judgment, where your heart is being weighed against the feather of Ma'at or order, you're trying to list all these things you haven't done to show that you're actually a pretty cool person, and maybe you should be let into the afterlife.
And not being eaten by Amit, the devourer of the dead?
Yeah. So you're things like, oh, I haven't stolen, I haven't murdered, I haven't, and on. And like, yeah, there's going to be a connection there between any other list of like pro-social behaviors to do or antisocial behaviors to avoid. All right, I'm going to hit play and then I'm going to sneeze.
Order of chapters. And again, the Book of the Dead contains beautiful
Never mind, I didn't
coloured
sneeze, it went away.
vignettes,
Don't you hate
as we can see here.
That you feel the build up and then it's just nothing.
It just goes away. Yeah, I hate it. Oh well.
Yeah, it's annoying.
I even muted myself for the outside, and nothing happened. It just kind of went. Oh well. Oh, here's a fun thing. I don't know if it's still true, but at least when I was on Twitter, most hieroglyphics would be displayed on Twitter if you put in like the ASCII code for them, but not the ones that are dicks. They put little rectangles for those ones. They're like, no, can't do that one.
They had them censored.
Yep, they censored the dick hieroglyphics because there's two, right? There's just
Wow.
dick, and there's dick with emission, and both of them they were like,
Somebody thought through to do that.
Yeah, well, so I wanted to call someone a dick by just using the hieroglyphic in a tweet, which like, hey, you're and then put that because I thought that would be fun, and then no, it was like, oh no, that's just a rectangle, and I was like, damn it, guys, I wanted to use a dick for calling someone a dick on Twitter, it wouldn't let me.
Also occur in the Book of the Dead, and the texts that refer to the Ogdoad include the Book of the Dead 27, and there are other spells that mention the Ogdoad. And we're going to have a look at some famous examples here. Here's one that I showed last week. Wait a minute. But
is it because there's 8 people on this?
Yes, that's the whole reason.
Okay.
Yeah, anytime there's 8 people, or even if it's not 8 people, if it's just like something that might be construed as 8, because remember, creationists will also say that the Egyptian word for boat has the character for 8, which it actually doesn't. It has a similar character. Yeah, they'll just make stuff up. And by the way, in case you're wondering,
also the ark. Sorry, the ark wasn't a boat either. It was a box, like just a big ass box, and I mean that's how it's presented in the myth of Atrahasis and in the myth of Utnapishtim, which was the precursor to the. Or no, sorry, it's the other way around. Atrahasis is the precursor to the myth of Utnapishtim, and that's what the word means in the Hebrew Bible too. It's just the box.
By the way, these stick figures are guys with plows. So what they're doing is plowing a field.
Not letters, not the letter A.
No,
for
those are plows. Those are hand plows. So they're punching that into the dirt and dragging it to create a furrow that they can then plant seeds in.
Yeah, and they are all 8 of them male, which is difficult to see.
They got dicks,
that little,
you
don't actually see their dick sticking out, but that's like the knot of their kilt. So they're wearing like a kilt around their hips.
Which
if they were female, they would have like a long dress.
Which means that this can't be the 8 that we're talking about.
Exactly, because then they would have to be 4 female, 4 male, but they are 8 males. So.
Also, I'm just gonna pretend that that's not the knot of a kilt, and it's just people drawing dicks.
Me too. That's what I'm pretending.
Yeah.
Just erections for everyone.
Yeah.
Look at some of the like really old pre-dynastic human figures from Egypt. They usually have these you can argue if they actually just have their dicks out or if they have these like what some people still have with these where you're not really wearing underwear. It's just more like of a sheath thing. But there's some pre-dynastic art that's pretty funny, actually.
Look, mores about nudity have shifted greatly over time, back and forth.
Worth showing again. So this is from the Book of the Dead. This is the Book of the Dead vignette showing the Ogdoad from the 21st dynasty.
Except it's not. It's just not. Also,
it's the scene of hoeing the earth, and it has no connection to the Ogdoad.
Which is why they have farming implements in their hands. Like, the thing is, this is very similar to a full hieroglyphic character where someone is actually holding that actual instrument, and that instrument itself is also a separate hieroglyphic character that can be used as a determinative for things to do with farming for a reason. Like, again, I don't know a whole lot of Egyptian.
More than most?
More than most, but you also don't have to know a whole lot. Because again, I have not spent a lot of time with this language or this culture compared to people who actually have a degree. And I already know what the thing is that they're holding and what they're doing and what this is a picture of. Right? Like, we've got some ladies who are pouring water around, which is probably representative of the Nile flooding. We've got the...
Actually, they are probably pouring fire.
Oh, well,
because it's little dots and not wavy lines.
Okay. But also, we've got, like, this character that is associated with, like, the land, like, physically the dirt here. And then we've got rows going between these areas, like you know, rows that you might put a hoe through or a plow. Yeah? Yeah? Like, this is not rocket science to interpret. You just need to know a little bit more than nothing about hieroglyphics and Egyptian artistic motifs, and you can get a pretty good sense of what's going on. And what's not going on is 8 creator deities, 4 male and 4 female, doing creation stuff. This is 8 dudes doing a farming.
Papyrus of Hensu Mose, priest of Amun, illustrate.
Lieutenant Math Navigator for $5 says, no, the Victorian middle classic public view of sex is in southern England in 1855 to 1857 is the only sexual ethic that ever existed until last week. That, you know what? You might be right about that. That could be true. I don't have a counter off the top of my head. Yeah. All right, here we go.
It's the Ogdoad hoeing the world on the primeval mound at the first sunrise.
Nothing about this says that.
Nope.
Where are you getting that? Like, I'll grant you that there's might be a sunrise motif, right? Because we have the sun coming up over the land. But also...
Yeah, you have the horizon on top, the Achet.
Yeah.
And then the 2 sun disks that are, like, connected with these little dots that are, again, probably sun rays. It's probably connected to the, like, traveling of the sun. But this is a pretty, like, weird motif. I looked it up on in the old Piankov publication and then checked out if I could find like a few of the newer publications on it. There's not a huge amount known because this is actually just a picture and there's not a lot of text around it. So it has something to do with like the sun rising and setting, and it has something to do with like hoeing the earth and then some kind of farming and fertility motive. And as I said, from the context, they are probably pouring a fiery liquid somewhere in the netherworld or fire. But that's pretty much all we know about it.
Signifying the world's creation. They're surrounded and have emerged from the primeval ocean.
Where's the ocean here? Nothing here actually indicates water particularly. We've got a... As the sunrise, right, we've got this sign that is indicative of like the horizon and is also used in like naming areas of the world, right? Like that's sometimes a determinative for like this region of land gets this little determinative. I should say what a determinative is, right? So
then it doesn't have the sun disk. Then it's really just the hills,
right? So a determinative, which I think is probably a good thing to know about, right?
Yep.
This occurs in ancient Egyptian. It occurs in Sumerian cuneiform. It also occurs in modern Chinese, right? And so what all these writing systems have in common is that they're a combination of ideographs, which is a picture that represents an idea, as well as phonetic information, which are images or characters that indicate pronunciation, right? So in all of these languages, you get characters that are being used to remind you how to pronounce the word. But because all of them are somewhat defective in terms of like just the phonetic information isn't enough to tell you exactly what the word's going to be, they then will sometimes tack on, often at the end, some character that is related to the concept being used. So if you write boat in Egyptian hieroglyphics, you draw a little boat at the end, right? Or if you're talking about words that refer to people, like the names of jobs or titles or things like that, you put a little dude there to tell you that this is a thing to do with a person. Or if you're naming a city, you draw a little circle with these little like curvy bits, and that's to indicate that that's supposed to be a city because it's like a diagram of a walled city, right? So that's what a determinative is. And like I said, they
And
occur in
it's
several
also
languages.
super useful if you're learning this language,
Yeah.
because then if you didn't do all of your studying your vocabulary and then you're supposed to like translate something in class, you can at least take a pretty good guess from the determinatives, so you're not completely far off.
Also, it helps
Very
you figure
useful.
out where word boundaries are, because determinatives
Yes.
are almost always at the end of a word. And so because like these languages don't have spaces between words, well, Chinese, every character is generally one syllable block, so it's not hard to figure out where word boundaries are. But for cuneiform and Egyptian, the determinatives help you figure out where the word boundaries are, because you get to a determinative and you're like, okay, that's almost certainly going to be the end of the word. So
Yep.
the next sign starts the next word.
Yep, that's when I get lost when I'm trying to translate something. When there's not enough determinatives or I'm not sure
Yeah.
about them, and then I don't know what the word boundaries are, and then I get lost and I go
Yeah.
like, okay, I have no idea what this means.
Sucks. All right. Hey, you guys are learning a little bit about Egyptian. You're learning some of the little tiny bits that I still remember, which is like, I don't know, I might know 100 signs still, maybe. Not sure.
That's 100 signs more than most.
That's true. That's true. Although it's
True.
still not very many signs. Not nearly enough to read an Egyptian text like in full.
Yeah, but if you know like about like 300, you're good to go.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Especially since most of the signs were stuff made up in like the New Kingdom because scribes got like bored.
Yeah. And it really, really blows up in the late period with
Yeah,
the Greco-Romans. It's, yeah, they just got creative.
That is like that's half of what hieroglyphics became at the very end. It was just like people playing around with hieroglyphics and coming up with like all these like cryptographic versions of hieroglyphic inscriptions. It's like, dude, could you not? Do you have to do this?
Yes, yes. And then they really start like trolling you with their puns. We had this like hilarious situation in class once when the entire class got completely lost on some kind of sentence, because in the middle of the sentence suddenly what showed up was Ichitawi. Ichitawi is the capital city of the Middle Kingdom. But the sentence wasn't about a city. And we were like, what the heck is the city doing in the middle of the sentence? It's making no sense. It's like completely out of context. And our prof walked us through it. They were like, okay, so Ichitawi is the capital, right? So what's in the capital? The residence of the pharaoh. Okay. What do we call the residence of the pharaoh in Egyptian? Oh, we call it the Khenu. Okay. Now, what is another word that has these like sounds, Khenu?
It's so annoying.
When you say inside, that also means Khenu. Yeah. Try to translate the sentence with inside instead of the city of Ichitawi.
Yeah.
Suddenly it makes sense. And people are like looking like this and we're going like, for real? Are you just...
they're just trolling you. Yeah.
Trolling.
Yep.
Like what? So yes, they
Those lady
invented
Egyptian
like a
scribes.
super complicated writing system, and then they just kept making it more complicated just because.
To be fair, though, the people who were most of the people who were literate in Egyptian were not doing this nonsense. They were writing with Demotic and then
That's
later
right.
just like the
That's
Coptic alphabet. So like this was something for like the
those were,
professional
like,
fancy
the-
scribes.
The court and temple scribes getting fancy and hiding these little nuggets of puns and cryptographic writings. Yep.
All right, I'm gonna hit play. We're almost done for the day, I think, unless people really want to keep going, which we can. But like, I feel like Kip at least is yawning.
It's almost midnight my time.
Midnight. Who cares? Yeah.
So it's quite a long papyrus, and this particular section shows the primeval mound. And just imagine.
Maybe it does. You haven't demonstrated that, dude. Your only
It's
reason
not
for saying that.
And it's not usually shown as a circle. It's usually more shown like a little pyramid thingy.
And ultimately, his only reason for saying that is because there's 8 stick figures. This is the same as the people from like Zeitgeist who were like, hey, in this one inscription, Horus is shown with 12 people farming, which means he had 12 disciples, which means Jesus was based on Horus. And it's like, no. None of that is actually real, except that, yeah, Horus was depicted with 12 people. But that's not a connection. That's just a thing that happened. It's not even a coincidence, because it didn't happen at the same time. Like, that's nothing. It's the same thing here.
After the flood, Noah and his family, they disembark the ark, and what do? They
get drunk. They grow some grapes to make wine. Which, I mean, fair enough. If I had just spent just over a year cooped up on a boat with huge numbers of animals I had to muck out. Yeah, with the same people.
Yeah.
Including my mother-in-law.
Yeah.
And thousands of animals.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean,
it's all bad.
Getting drunk would be on the, like, high up on my list of things to do. So, like, I don't want to pretend otherwise. And I was just wondering, why is there, like, weird cross shapes? And it was the crosshairs from the game, because I was zooming in with a sniper rifle, and I was confused. I thought something was wrong with my video feed. Guys, this is a 4.5-hour loop of Space Marine 2 gameplay that I recorded over the last 2 days. For what reason? So I can put it on as a goof in the background. That's it. There's no other reason. I spent 4.5 hours worth of gameplay, which actually is more like 6 hours total, because there's like loading screens, level selection, changing cosmetics around. I don't know why I did it. It was probably a bad idea, but I hope you like it.
And then you edited all that too.
Agriculture for the first time, so
goodness,
they must have been hoeing the ground.
So editing it was mostly just like cutting to where it fades to black at the end of one mission,
right,
to where it fades from black on the next one, and cutting out the in-between parts. So like that was trivial.
It's something, but it's I mean, it's still something though.
But like total editing time, maybe 10 minutes.
Okay.
And starting agriculture, and actually Noah, he planted a vineyard, and interestingly in the Hebrew.
Okay, I know I have British viewers. Please tell me in the comments, do you actually pronounce vineyard? Or is this just him being weird? Because I don't know. Because I don't think I've ever heard anyone call it vineyard. Actually, Loves Blahai says
German, because in German it's Wein.
Okay. Actually, it says, was that the thing I was there for 1 or 2 games for? Yeah, that's actually this one right here. I'll turn my face off. Yeah, here you can actually see Ashley's name here every once in a while, because she's the tech marine here. So that's you, Ashley, right there. So thank you. Yep.
Templar Warden says he's weird.
Who's weird? Me?
No, Gavin.
Oh yeah, he's very weird. Okay. Oh right, Templar Warden, you're actually British, and you're telling me that that's weird. Okay, got it. Okay, good. So it's not vineyard. What a weird thing to do. I guess he's weird. So yeah.
It says Aish Adamah. Noah became a man of the soil, or literally an Adam of the Adamah. If you remember the puns made.
No, because Ish was the word that was used for man.
Yeah.
It was Ish. You said it.
Yeah.
Okay, so
he did.
I'm not sure if he actually knows Hebrew either, because if he does, then he would know that Ish was the word for man there, and Adamah was the soil. And why?
Maybe he thinks they're related.
Ish and Adamah, because they share like no consonants at all.
Yeah. No, yeah, maybe. Well, yes, the one. So, but
which one do they say? Aleph.
Aleph.
Okay, yeah, cool. The glottal stop. Good job, everybody. Any word with a glottal stop, it's the same word, even if it's at the beginning of the word, which is like every word that you think starts with a vowel actually starts with a glottal stop in like almost every language. So, hooray!
But hey, he gets most of his etymology apparently by like pointing blind at pictures in a dictionary or something. So yeah.
I'm gonna let him finish like a sentence or two, and we're probably gonna just get out of here. And like, you know what? This might be the subject of the next special stream I do, because we get a lot more to cover. And you know, I like streaming, and I like streaming with Egyptomaniac, because despite the fact that you were very worried about this, you're doing a great job.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
sorry.
I'm actually super happy that there's people who actually want to talk about this shit, because my family is like bored to tears about like Egyptian grammar. So having victims that I can talk at.
And hey,
great.
look, there are let's see, there are 96 people
Hmm.
watching you talk about the Egyptian language and stuff. So like, you know,
And they've been watching for 4 hours.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's
yeah. Lieutenant Math the Navigator for $5 says, obviously it's a cognate because it's written in the same alphabet. Yeah, that's all it takes.
Yes. That's it.
That is how it works, actually. Which actually, by the way, we're gonna in the English is the actual language of the Bible. We're gonna get into like the English alphabet. That's the thing that they're gonna talk about is the English alphabet, because there is such a thing, and it's not the Latin alphabet. No.
Chapter 1, 2, and 3 on Adam being made from the soil. So Noah is the second Adam, and his family would have been...
I thought Jesus was the second Adam, according to the Bible. Pretty sure Paul calls Jesus the second Adam.
I don't like, this isn't like, I could see how you get, like, I see what he's doing, right? But like, this isn't, and conceptually, like, yeah, that's kind of what's going on in the text, but it's not something that the text makes overt, and it's not something that Jewish interpreters ever key in on in their readings of the text either.
And also it's based on him apparently just misreporting what the Hebrew means, because it doesn't say Adam of the earth. It says Ish of the earth, which is not at all related to Adam. All right, you know what? That's where we're going to leave it.
Earth also has an Aleph in it.
Yes, because it
starts
just the same.
Adama and Aretz and Ish and Adam. It's all the same.
Lieutenant Math Navigator for $5 says, obviously it's the English alphabet because the British stole it. Okay, yeah, that does make sense. Yep. And then they put it in the British Museum, and now it's theirs. Actually, there was a video game that I think released not that long ago. It's a heist game, but what you're doing is you're playing a group who are dedicated to stealing back artifacts from various cultures from the British Museum and repatriating
then you need to get them back to them. This is cool.
Yeah. So
yeah, you know that joke why the pyramids are in Gizeh?
Because the British couldn't carry them away.
Yeah, because they don't fit into the British Museum.
Yeah.
Don't fit. Yeah.
Yep. All right, everybody. So first of all, thank you so much. I am so glad that, you know, we could hang out, do this. I'm so grateful for getting to 15,000 subscribers. It's a big deal. I need you to realize virtually no channels ever get to 1,000 subscribers. And of the ones who do, virtually none of them ever get to 15,000 subscribers. This puts me in, like percentile-wise, it's somewhere in the high 90s in terms of channels on YouTube, which is crazy to me. Because, quite frankly, most of the time I feel like, why does anyone watch the trash I put out? And you don't have to tell me that, oh, it's not trash, Dapper. I really love it. I get it. I do. I know that you like it. But I am my own harshest critic. And I'm always like, oh, this is garbage, but I don't have time to fix it. So I guess it's going live. So I want to say thank you so much. And also I want to say thank you so much to everyone who's supporting. This has been my full-time gig for years now. And I want to keep it that way for as long as I possibly can. This is by far the most rewarding job I've ever done. It has created a wonderful community around the channel, which I would like to see, like, oh, I did that. But like, it's not just me. It's all of you coming together around the channel, and you are important for that too. It's not just me doing it. So I want to say thank you so much. And hey, if you're getting this far in the video, and you're someone who's enjoying the channel, which you must be if you watched a 4-hour live stream to get here, if you can afford it, please check out the Patreon or the channel memberships. They give you access to my Discord server. They give you early access to videos that I script and, record. And yeah, so check those things out if you want to and if you can. Otherwise, I'm going to toss it to First Egyptomaniac. You got anything coming up that people should know about?
Nope. I have nothing. I have no stream.
That's why I picked you first, because I figured...
I'm just a nerd. I'm just here talking.
We like those here. This is a very nerdy place. All right, Kip, what do you have coming up?
I've got the usual stuff. Hebrew readings on Thursday evening, and a live stream with my co-host Vish on Friday afternoon. I just finished recording with Dr. Joshua Bowen some stuff for a new Pelagia video. So
Did you ask him the question I told you to ask him?
I'm sorry, I was busy, and I was tired.
All right,
so
Kip is
I know.
Kip is done now. We're muting Kip.
It's
he's muted now. You can't hear him. Right? You're fine. You're back.
If only I had said yes. But I'm terrible at lying. I've been told this. So
it's
I just
not a
avoid
bad
it.
thing overall.
No, I guess it's inconvenient though. I tell you that much.
That's fair.
So I have to say though, like Josh and I recorded for 3 hours. So who the hell knows how long this video is going to be? It's a little terrifying, but it should be good. So look for that.
Awesome. All right, well, what's coming up here on this channel? So Tuesday, I got Tisdall Tuesday. I've already put out the video. It's already scheduled, and people have already pointed out that there is a foot in the thumbnail, so that technically I'm now distributing foot pics, which is technically true, although it's also the cartoon foot from Monty Python, which is primarily the joke I'm going for, because in Monty Python, both in the Flying Circus as well as several movies, they have the same stock cartoon foot that comes down and crushes things. That's what I'm really going for. Although I did paint the nails red. So, anyway, that's going to be on Tuesday. That is going to be at 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern, which is also 6 p.m. for me now. So, hooray. Then on Thursday at noon Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern, we're going to be showing the next Don Batten video. He's got 2 more things to talk about, I believe. That 2 more geological formations. I think it's Uluru and the Three Sisters. That's the Three Sisters from Southeast Australia, not the Three Sisters from Northern Australia, which are islands. These are the rock pillars. Then on Friday at 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern, Star Trek Adventures. So Kip is supposed to be there. My goodness, Regios just sent 50 Dapper Dinosaur memberships. Thank you so much. Wow. That took us to Dapper... Not to Dapper 2. It took us to Fancy Avatar, and Bent gets free pizza. So after this, I'm going to be ordering some pizza for me and Bent. So wow, thank you so much. I'm a little distracted because that's a very extremely generous.
Yeah. Oh right, because it's still kind of pizza time. I was just going like, are you going to really eat pizza at midnight? But it's not your midnight.
Yeah, it's 4 p.m. here.
There's this like globe thing of the earth.
Yep.
It's weird how that works, eh?
And even if it were midnight here, I would just do it tomorrow. So where was it? Star Trek, right? So Kip should be there as Lieutenant Vrelax, our Gorn science officer, and also Craig FTFE will be there. Chesh will be there. These are assuming everyone's there. Maddie from Science Side Up. Jordan from Reason to Doubt, Thierry Rana will be there, Zerolon, both of those are regular chatters here. So like it's a really fun time. And even if you're not caught up, it's still a fun time. And also like there's a bunch of stuff that you could just catch up. I think it's a really fun story. And you know, there's some unevenness. Not all the episodes are as good as all the other ones, but I think overall it's actually a really fun Star Trek saga that we have over 3 different periods and whatever. Check that out. Then Saturday, the plan is to be back with Kip again. So they can't get rid of this guy.
Mm-hmm.
He's like herpes. You just can't get rid of it.
Yeah.
You are YouTube herpes, Kill. Dr. Kill.
To know me is to be infected by me.
That's all right, though. And we're going to continue on with the guys who say that English is the actual language of God, the language Adam spoke in the Garden of Eden, and the original language of the Bible. But not just any English.
Listen.
The artificially archaic English of the 1611 King James Bible, which was not even current when it was published.
I'm learning a lot.
Yeah.
I am.
Like, you're realizing how much all of your academic life has been a lie, because really, it's English that's the original language, not Hebrew.
It might open some new research windows for me too. I'm excited about it.
As I pointed out to Kip, if English isn't the original language of the Bible, then how do we explain all the English names in the Bible, like David and Joshua and Abraham?
I have no explanation.
Yeah,
for that.
it's
or any of
completely
that.
inexplicable.
It's just
Otherwise,
totally.
all right. Well, with that nonsense out of the way, let's see. Tree Clam Tat has sent another Dapper Dinosaur membership, which will get us slightly farther into the Bet Gets Free Pizza range. Thank you so much. I hope that all of you have a wonderful rest of your weekend. Have a wonderful week. I hope to see all of you on Tuesday. Stay safe out there. And finally, ICE must be abolished. Hey, before you leave, I just want to take a second to thank my patrons and channel members, especially those pledging $20 or above. Sealoof, Benthovend, Tapioca Weasel, Michał Dominiak, Sphincter of Doom, Regios, Landon Knoll, Ian Chen, Eleron Teller, Phil Rivara, Kelvin Brostock Van Manen, David Hercules, Joshua Geese, Dan Sheedy, Pegajace, The Plastic Mouse, Arrow Dodger, Gordon Loves Science, Amber Athelian, Prixie Purple, Agricola Sequa, Me, Myself, and I, Fits of Rage 23, Edwin M., Ken Swanson, and John Ackerman. It's because of my channel members and patrons whom you're seeing on screen that this channel can stay afloat. Without you, it would all shut down. If you want to join the team, there's a link to join the channel below this video, and there's a link to join the Patreon in the description. On the Patreon, you can get a 15% discount for pledging annually, and either way, you get early access to virtually all of my scripted videos months before they come out for the general public. Thanks for watching.